Excellent. All right, my friends. This is awesome. This is so good. Today, I am doing the thing that I actually want to be doing with my life, and that's adorable. Hold on. Let me just double check that everything is, in fact, doing what I want it to be doing. I think it is. I think it is. Alrighty. Wait, let me check all of my titles as well. Why does it say I'm streaming? Oh, I didn't change my Twitch. That's cringe. I guess it's too late for the notification, but whatever. Um, I changed YouTube and I changed Kick, but I forgot about Twitch because it's integrated into OBS. At least the way I'm doing it, it is. All right, let's make sure that actually went through because Twitch is a little bit weird. Yes. Okay, it went through apparently. Is Kick even working though? Kick is working. We're cool. We're cool. We're cool. We're cool. We're cool. All right. The only thing that leaves is for me to explain what we're doing today. And what we are doing today is developing a video game that I am working on called Hati. It's a 3D platformer about a wolf from Norse mythology who is trying to swallow the moon and doom us all to hell. As good wolfies do. Where are all of my Where are all of my tools? What happened to all of my tools in GIMP? This has never happened before. Hopefully it fixes when I reload it. What's going on here? What did I do to deserve this? There we go. Okay. Tab hide stocks. All right. Now I know. The more you know, am I right? So, the mechanic I am working on is for Hati to chase prey. This is going to involve a bunch of things that I'm going to sketch out right now because I haven't thought it out in my own head yet. But we're working on it. That's what we're here to do today, is figure out what's happening. So, there are a few things that I feel like I'll need for this. And this will be messy because I'm not a design person. Unless it comes to visual design, and then I'm like mildly a design person. I'm also getting used to GIMP because I recently switched to Linux. Like an absolute degenerate. Are you kidding me? This program really does suck. Everyone was right. I'm kidding. It's fine. So the things that I can think of that I will need for this, I will need... Why did it reset to that? God. I will need prey model. I will also need, what are we, oh my god. Look at this. Look at this ridiculousness. It just wants me to scream. Okay, I can't. I can't, I can't with this. This is crazy. Why? Why is GIMP not behaving for me today? And I can't even just duplicate the text? It's fine. We're fine. We're not mad. The second thing that I will need is pathing decision making. There has to be like some way that the prey decides to, there has to be a direction that the prey decides to run. I don't know how this is going to be determined yet. I have a few ideas. That's what we're here for today. Third thing that I will need is to lock this layer. How do you lock a layer? There must be a way to lock a layer, right? There must be. Because that doesn't lock. Yeah. Let's look it up. Okay. Right there. Now we can't move it. Perfect. It'd be nice if that were in the column like Photoshop, but I'm just an ex-Photoshop user. What can I say? The next thing that we will need a way that the prey senses Hati so that it knows when to run. And maybe we should like put this in order a little bit more. I'll worry about that at the end. All right, so right now we need Hati to be able to sneak. Which kind of goes hand in hand with the prey sensing Hati. So we'll just format it like that. So I'm just imagining it. You see some prey. You're actually going to be able to have kind of like a Witcher sense to find prey. That is something that will take longer. That's not something that we're handling right now. In terms of how the character actually finds the prey, that's going to be like a completely different thing. So Hati sneaks up. The prey is alerted. The prey runs away, and then Hati needs to be able to also eat the prey. Ooh. And this is going to be, I think, the last thing that we'll need. So this is what we will be focusing on until we're done with it. I don't know how long this is going to take. I'm not very good at coding yet, so it might take quite a while. But if we break this down a little bit further, prey model is going to be mega easy, right? Because we can just go to, we're not going to make an actual one right now. We'll just steal something off of the Unity asset store. Oh my god, I hate Firefox. We're gonna get a little bunny rabbit to kill. Preferably for free. Given that this is not actually going in our game. I hate that there are a million accounts for everything, and on every browser you have to log into each account separately. It is ridiculous. Okay, I actually don't remember how to bring this into Unity. I should have Unity open somewhere. Where's Unity? What happened to Unity? That's fine. We'll reopen it. I must have accidentally closed it. I hope it didn't crash on me. That would be really, really sad. Is it opening somewhere and I just don't see it? It says that it's opening. Oh. That didn't work, did it? What the heck? Will it let me download it? Surely it'll just let me download it. Do I really have to look up how to download something from the asset store? I feel like it used to be you could just click on it. Oh. Hold on. Hold on. Importing your assets from the package manager. To download or view your purchased assets, go to Window Package Manager, My Assets. Is it in here then? I hope it's in here. I am very confused. Maybe Unity Hub is the only one that shows up. Of course there is. The download manager allows you to view the packages you have already bought as well as find and install any updates. So is the download manager part of the browser? My assets. I could have sworn you used to just be able to download it straight from the website. Maybe this is like a weird Linux thing that's going on. Because you should be able to open it in the project. Straight into the project. Oh, I was searching under the wrong thing. Okay, here we go. I figured it out. I got there. Just had a blonde moment. No worries. No worries. Come on, Rabbit. You can do it. You can figure it out. You can figure it out. I believe in you. How big can this model be? It looks like it's low poly. They go into packages, I'm pretty sure. This is making me think of that song though. You know the one song? The one song that I'm talking about? I'll pull it up. Is it this one? It might be this one. No, I don't think it's this one. I think it's something newer. It's like super emo. Um, no. It's like leave your writing on the wall or something. Egypt Central? Yes, this is what I'm thinking of. Exactly. I feel like there were so many AMVs made out of this. Anyway, minor distraction over. Where the heck? Where the heck in the home, bro? Because, like, it should be... It should be in here now. It's just not downloading for some reason. What is this? The download could not be completed. See details in console. Cannot include third-party package location. You should check My Assets Path location and User Preferences Package Manager. Okay. Preferences? I assume this is User Preferences. Package Manager. The assets cache location is invalid or inaccessible. That might make sense. Didn't really want to deal with this. Fucking Linux issues. Because this is like obviously a permissions issue. Hopefully these random people on the internet are correct. Is this like a Linux specific thing? It must be. Yeah, it is. Okay, let's go. I guess it's working. There's no more error, at least. We appreciate a lack of errors. Yes. Now where is it? Where where is the white rabbit? Tell me where the white rabbit is. Tell me where the fucking white rabbit is, okay? Give me the white rabbit. Where is it though? Actually. Because like it says it's downloaded. Oh, import. We don't really need. We'll import all of it. We don't need all of it, but we'll import all of it. Now it's still not in packages. Where is it? Where is it? Where? Oh, rabbits. All right, we're putting rabbits in packages. And we're throwing them in the dumpster, let me tell you. Yay! All right. Now I just need to remember how to do everything else. Add component. Does it need the component? It doesn't need a component. Armature, these are the models. Okay. We want to throw the rabbit texture on there. I assume it goes in the albedo map. Hold on. These shouldn't be oh, they're old. It's fine. Or they're new. One of the two. We'll just throw a new texture on them. Is this an outdated material, maybe? Rabbit 1 material. Let's, I don't know what your, like, standard is these days. This just says standard. Why is it... Is the normal map 1 being the issue? Why is it pink? Pink usually means invalid texture, I'm pretty sure. Hmm. 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 I mean, I guess we'll just try different ones. Standard specular? It's still pink. What do I have on Hati? It looks like I have universal render pipeline lit. So I might not have the right thing imported. Universal render pipeline unlit. Then we'll make it that color. I don't know. Oh yes, the pink eyes are good actually. I actually like the pink eyes. So now if we play, as you can see, we have a rabbit in the scene doing nothing. Yay! 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 Okay, we're gonna change this. Also, before... Oh, I forgot that you... I'm gonna check. If I... Because that article implied that my preferences would be... They would stick over time now. I don't know if that's true or not. I have no idea if that's true, but we're gonna test that. So I want to change a shortcut. God knows I want to change a freaking shortcut. Changing this back to F5. We are praying that my preferences persist now. Because not being able to automatically play it and stop playing it with F5 is awful. Actually awful. Where is Unity? Here it is. No! Alright, we're gonna look up how to make my preferences persistent. You usually don't have to create the prefs file yourself. Just close the hub and all editor instances. Create the folder. Okay, so I need to close the editor instance as well, I guess? I think that's all of them. All right, now we're gonna try it one more time, baby. Oh my god. Do you see that? Do you see that? Hold on. Friends, do you see this? It persisted. It persisted, my friend. It persisted. Anyway. Now I can do this. Yes. Oh my god, the satisfaction. Do I need to change the one to stop? I don't need to change the one to stop. That is wonderful. Okay. We have our demon rabbit. Perfect. Excellent. Excellent. I kind of want to give him little demon horns, but I'm going to focus on actually doing something productive because I want to finish this as quickly as I can. Hopefully. I don't know why I'm opening this. We need to go to here. So I think the first thing we should work on is figuring out how I want the prey to decide to path. This is probably going to be the hardest thing. I'm guessing creating a system for the prey to sense Hati probably won't be that hard. But getting the prey to path is going to be hard. So let's do some research on the ways in which prey can path. Or I guess NPCs can path. My hypothesis here is that... Why can I not move these? There are going to be like two broad solutions. Let's see a demo? Okay, sure thing. Sure thing. I'll show you a demo and then I'll talk about what we're working on. So basically, I have some art, the character art, and the movement system pretty well down, okay? It's a 3D platformer, so this is like the most important part of the game for sure. I feel like it feels pretty good. I'm overall happy with it. He can wall run. That's cool. I enjoy this. A star might actually suck. I don't know what that means. Anyway, overall, I'm happy with it. Some things need to be tweaked. I need to add a few more graphics, a few more polish here and there, like that. Also, I might want to do that before I do anything else because that's super jank. But what we're working on is implementing a prey system. So Hati, a prey spots Hati, runs away from him, and then you have to chase them down and eat them. Okay? I've already got a bite in there and everything. Oh, thank you so much. Yeah, I mean, I went to school for animation. didn't really do much modeling, but I have a lot of experience with modeling, so that I wanted to, I was like really hesitant to start working on this game at all. So I just wanted to get something down. So I shouldn't have started in this direction probably, but whatever. Anyway, we're gonna find what is happening with the forward dash right now. Oh, actually, I got some other things to show you. So I have a few extra animations, like idle animations. He can shake, and yeah, the transitions are not there yet, but that's fine. Those shouldn't be too hard to figure out. He can howl. Um, he can pee, which is my favorite. Okay, I love this. I think so too. I just have to do a bunch of research because I don't know. I don't know what I'm doing at all. Okay, I really don't. And he can also yawn, which is super cute. And I think that some of these are already implemented in the idle system, but it's been a really long time since I've actually done anything on this. But yeah, that is my second second point of business. My first point of business is going to be to fix that forward dash super quick because I know it was already implemented and I just temporarily broke it. I think it's going to be this file. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. File is not displayed in text editor because it is either binary or uses an unsupported text encoding. Oh, this is why is this FBX? Oh, these are the animations. I'm an idiot. Like I said, it's been a bit since I worked on this, okay? One of these two is gonna have it. I don't trust myself. I don't trust. No, it's fine. Um, oh my god, it's been so long since I've looked at this. Oh my god, it's actually been a year and a half. That is crazy. I think I think we want the other one. I think we want this one. Or do we? Wait. It's gonna be switch state, isn't it? Somewhere in here, it should check. Yeah, if it's not grounded. If it is grounded, then we should set it. Oh, I remember. I wanted to get the angle of the ground, but I don't need to do that right now. Yo, I mean, like, I'm not even enough of a coder to feel that way, honestly. So how do I reset? What was the... Oh no. I haven't worked on it on this computer either. I don't think that do I even have the Unity? I don't think I have the Unity developers thing yet. Oh, it says it's enabled. I'm missing something though. I must be. Because it's not autofilling with the, like, I don't remember any of the terms with the they're not variables. What are the like the data types called? Not not they're not data types, but like if you say like float, not methods, float gravity, right? What do you call the gravity part of that? Where like you define a variable. Is it just a variable? Because it should, at least on my old computer, if I am I on a different document? What is happening right now? Am I okay? Oh, I was on a different document. Like if I Unity monobehavior classes, variable works for generic declared data, yeah. Um, yes. Yes, but that's not actually what I'm talking about. We're like if I'm typing SM, right? For state manager, which is a thing that I've defined. Yeah, I've defined a variable called SM, which stands for state manager. And I want to put period, but when I put period, for some reason it's defaulting to system. Oh, I actually bet I just need to disable C plus or whatever. Because I have C plus enabled right now. So let's disable. Is there a way I can look at just my extensions? I think maybe now it'll work the way I want it to. I don't need HLSL. Maybe I do want to leave that on. I might be working with that at some point. SM dot. Yes! Yay! Wait, let me just do it from the beginning to make sure. No! See, why does it autocorrect that? That's so frustrating. I don't want SQL money. There's got to be a way. Can I see what extension this is coming from? Is that a thing? Do you like Java? I feel like people hate Java. Maybe, okay, so I wasn't using Visual Studio Code before. I think I was using Visual Studio, so maybe that's it? It says turn off spell check? I don't have a spell check though. Maybe if I turn off the C# dev kit? I'll just try turning things off and then hopefully. Oh, okay. Okay. Hold on. It says I have 16 installed? This is why I hate coding. Oh, there's a bunch down here too. Unreal Script. We don't need Unreal Script. Unity's fine. HLSL tools we can disable. Oh, no, no, no. I think that they prefer Visual Studio. They support Visual Studio Code. I'm just on Linux now. So I'm getting used to a lot of different things. I don't know. I disabled a bunch of stuff. Maybe now it'll work. Okay, that worked. Oh, I think I did something that worked. Yay. Player. Yes. Okay, now it's working normally. Woo. Let's go. Easy win, baby. Easy win. All right. I want the offset group. sm.transform. There's something in here that I want. I don't know what it is. If I go to the state manager script, I should be able to figure it out. I don't know where that is though. So there is an offset group attached, but it didn't autofill it for some reason. It's public. Wait, it wasn't there before. I'm not crazy, right? It wasn't there before. Is which one Kindred? Did you see a Kindred on the screen, or are you talking about in my background? Rotation dot transform dot rotation. I should just look where this happens. It's gonna happen somewhere in the wall scripts. It will definitely happen in the wall run up script. Oh no, that is Princess Mononoke. It's an animated wallpaper, or I guess it's technically just a video. But it's funny that you talked about Kindred because I do love the fuck out of Kindred. You've probably seen something of mine that's Kindred, and get this, hey, get this. That's Kindred, right there. So I thought that that was what you were talking about. Hold on. That's Kindred. Things. They're displays. Gotta recenter it perfectly again. Good enough. Okay, we're doing work. I'm gonna do work. I swear to God, I'm gonna do work. Got the Jinx too. Yeah, she's not a display though. Is it? It is Kakai. Oh my God, I'm terrible at this. One of these days I'll get it. Okay. Okay. I can. Oh my God, Control F is a thing. That's crazy. Who would have thought of that? Whoever made Control F be a thing is absolutely God in my book. sm.offsetGroup.rotation. Am I crazy or did it not give me that offer before? I thought that I tried to do that and it didn't show up in the autocomplete. Or whatever you call it, because I don't think it's actually autocomplete. It's weird. I wish that it would show up with the thing though, you know? I wish it would give me a list of options immediately. It just wouldn't autofill it. Is there like there's probably some kind of Unity kit. Unity Dev Pack. Let's try this one. Whoa, hey, get out of here. Nobody asked you. I asked you, but nobody asked you. Okay, I think... Wait, maybe... No, it's still not doing it. Whatever. I'll figure it out another time. Yo, Pepsi, what up? Hey, what's kicking? Equals quaternion dot identity. That should do what we wanted to do. Let's check. Good luck, good luck, good luck. It's yes, do your raids. I wish you all the purples. What do you mean I have errors? Where's my error? Show me the error. Show me it. Wait. I'm not used to... Where do you go to find your errors? Line 4? The consoles... Which console? Oh. Well, no, it's one error. It's one error repeated 50 times. Why are you saying line 4? No, it's just one. It's just one thing. Vector 3 is an ambiguous reference between Unity engine.vector 3 and system numerics. Okay, so it might be something I uninstalled maybe? Or something I did install? I don't know. What do these say? Unknown word. Misspelled word. Get the fuck out of here. You're just trolling me. Yeah, they shouldn't. They shouldn't. If we disable this, because it seems to... Wait, disable all. Cannot disable C# dev kit extension alone. I'm not trying to disable that. Disable? I'm not trying to disable C# extension. What? Hold on. Hold on. How do I go to my... There was a way to go to just your install earlier. Auto using for C#. Auto imports and provides IntelliSense references that were not yet imported. You might be right about that. You might be right about that. But... Ooh, I don't even... It's not telling me the data type. Because a rotation should be a data type. Quaternion... I might need to do... dot identity capital. Okay, so it's not identifying... It's not identifying that. I don't know if that's because I turned something off, though. Why are there lines through these? Oh. How about we uninstall this? I don't know why that was installed. Let's uninstall this. I don't know why that's installed. I assume if there's a line... Yeah. Why were these even installed? Maybe this will be kinder to me now? Because, like, even if I get rid of this, my guess is there's still going to be an error. Yeah, there's still an error, so it's something else that I did that's an issue. I mean, it's telling me that vector 3, it's confusing vector 3, the Unity data type, with vector 3, the C# data type or whatever. Oh my god, I almost spilled a full glass of water. Like, it doesn't... It's treating this like it isn't... Like, it's a... I don't even know what it's treating it like. What are we doing? Check imports. Where do I check imports? What does that mean? Right now we're bug fixing. I don't know what I did. I must have broken something. I'm not sure how. Restart extensions. Okay. 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 Wait. So this came up. That's cool. Spell checker. I don't understand what that's doing. I don't understand why this is saying it's... What is system... Where does this come from? The native library? Oh, so I should get rid of using system.numerics? Why would that be in there, though? Oh, okay, okay. Okay, fair, fair. You're right, you're right. I'll move the botrix too. Is that better? Are we good? The problem is I'm gonna have to move it back and forth every time we switch between here and the other place. So why does it say Cinemachine is an unknown word? Do I need to import Cinemachine into the project? It should be imported. Okay. This is weird. Why are all of these here? None of these should be here. I do need to use system. I guess I need to use that. All right. All right. Yeah, I think we got it. I don't know. You tell me where you want it, cause like I don't know, friend. Wait. Oh, okay. So it didn't fix. I actually deleted the line of code, didn't I? I need to get rid of this spell checker. What is? I don't even know what the spell checker is for. Why? Okay. Yo, you're getting out of here. You're going. You're gone. You're out of here. What are code spell checkers for? Oh, get out of here. I don't need this. I am a master speller, okay? Nobody's ever spelled better than I've spelled. Do I have one, though? Like, where does it come from? Better comments? I think somebody told me to get this. I don't think it has spell checking in it. C# utilities, maybe? C#. Why do I have this? Where did these come from? Do they come installed by default? Oh, here we go. A basic spell checker that works well with code and documents. I didn't install this. There's no way. I'm too good. I've never made a spelling error in my life. Do I need to restart? Yeah, restart. Wait, so who said they didn't like my terminal? Huh? Who said it? Where you at? Get out here. Where you at? Was it you, ketamine? My console gives you PTSD, ketamine? What do you not like about my console? What do you not like about it? What's wrong with it, huh? I don't have my IP on here, do I? Yeah, I think I took my IP off. None of these things are gonna get me hacked, I think. I'm pretty sure. I think that the Unity one is loading the OS one, and yeah, I agree. It does look really bad in this format. What OS do you run? I'm gonna be that kind of person, by the way. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. But I'm turning into neckbeard fedora, man. I hate myself for it. But oh my god, everything is working so well, exactly the way I want it to. Let's go. Let's go. Yes. Yes. I think the reason I turned it off was because it doesn't work well with wall running. I think that sometimes there's like a false flag for a grounded check. Oh, I don't want it to be identity, it looks like. I want it to be a multiplication of like, I want it to be in line with sm.transform.forward, I think. sm.transform? Yeah, dot forward? That's a thing, I think. Is that not a thing? Quaternion dot look rotation. Oh my god, it's all coming back, baby. It's all coming back. Let's go. Oh my god, I can't believe I still remember this stuff. This is great. My camera system in this game is obscenely complex, okay? I actually spent most of the time on the camera system. I don't know why it's taking so long to detect the ground. Maybe what I want is... because I had it working before really well. I don't even know why I undid it. Okay, I'm actually gonna be dual booting Windows pretty soon. I'm gonna make a whole video on doing it. Because I want to play Leg of Leg on stream. For the first time in a decade, I'm gonna play Leg of Leg. Yeah, that'll be something. What games do you play that you like Windows for? Because most of them you can play on Linux these days with Proton. It's almost exclusively anti-cheat games that you can't play on Linux. You also play Leg of Leg? Hell yeah. I'm trying to... what is happening that it's taking so long to detect the ground? If it's not grounded... so it's just taking a long time to have this check flagged true. When does it? Probably in forward ground dash state. Handle grounded. Movement utilities dot check grounded. What does this look like? Is grounded, physics, check sphere, ground check position, ground sphere radius, ground mask, grounded wall mask. Okay, but there should be a distance, right? Position, radius. Ooh, how do I look at the overloads? I know there's a way. I just don't know what it is. Hold up, I gotta look this up. You started playing League of Legends? I actually also started playing in season 3. And let me tell you, I stopped in season 5, and that was one of the best decisions I ever made. And I'm gonna go back just for stream. If I play Leg of Leg, will you play it with me? Can I have a friend? Is that cool? We're gonna how to toggle how to switch through overloads, Visual Studio Code. I'll do ARAM. What is TFT? You can use the up and down arrow keys. I don't think that I can use the up and down arrow keys though. Is it that easy? Yeah, not quite. Oh, yeah, yeah. Yeah, I would definitely play ARAMs with you. It sounds like you are sane, honestly, which is good. I'm glad you're sane. No, it doesn't. Okay, I wonder if this is leading me wrong because it's already filled. If I do this, or rather, if I do this, yeah, it's still focusing on something else for some reason. Okay, Alt is doing it. Can I use Alt on here? No. So Alt is overwriting it because it's got a different hotkey. So un if I unbind that, it might work. I guess if I can see what this is a problem for later. For right now, we need to figure this out. And in order to figure this out, we need to figure this out. If the state timer is greater than 0.05, if I get rid of this, does it work? Yo, grats, let's go. The fact that you had one Toa pet is pretty crazy. Okay, so that didn't fix my issue. I assume you probably would have preferred a dupe shadow. Is it as rare as the shadow? Okay, so if we go back in here, check grounded equals null. I have no idea why that's like that. I don't even know what this handles. See, the weird thing about this, the thing that's bothering me, also, I just remembered why I was in here in the first place. The thing that's bothering me is the fact that there isn't a distance attached to this check. And I'm not crazy for feeling that way. Float radius, layer mask, and then why is there... Okay, we're looking this up. Unity check sphere. You don't care about money. Why don't you care about money? Money is money. Is your friend upset that you... I mean, I guess your friend probably isn't upset you get the pet. You're playing on a main, right? Right? You're a GM. Yeah. So you can always add another bill and a half or whatever it is to the pile. I mean, if you say so, friend. I mean, if you wanna throw a shadow my way, I wouldn't mind. Trade you for real, for real? I mean, all I really am looking for is like 200 mil for my alt. I've got an alt that I'm training up, and 200 mil would do my alt well. Never mind. I'm not giving it to an alt. Oh, you were just saying it because you were like, oh, you can't trade anyway because you're an iron. So you would like a shadow. Just admit that you'd like a shadow. There's nothing wrong. There's nothing wrong with admitting that you want more money. I want more money, okay? That's all right. Oh my god. I just realized how this works. Okay, so I need to figure out where the ground check thing is at on Hati. Because all it does is it creates a sphere around this point. It doesn't actually cast a sphere. I was thinking that it was Ray sphere, but it's not Ray sphere. There's only a very small amount underneath. Where does the collider sit? Oh, I need to turn on gizmos. There we go. Okay. So there's nothing that should be stopping it then. Unless it's not running every frame. Is it running every frame? Handle grounded. Check grounded. Check grounded. Ooh, it's an action. Okay, that makes sense. It's a game called Hati. It's about a wolf from Norse mythology who chases the moon, or rather, like an incarnation of the moon. And you spend the entire game hunting him, and at the end of the game, you decide what you want to do with him. I don't know if I already said it, but it's a 3D platformer, and basically, it looks like this. What's your culture? I can run around. I can jump. I can dash. Right now, I'm working on fixing the dash so that it doesn't snap to the ground weirdly like that. You can vertical dash, and you can also run on walls. Norris, are you from Scandinavia? Thanks, I appreciate it. What part of Scandinavia are you from? Ah, check grounded equals null at the end of this because it's an action. When does it get set? It gets set on the first, on enter. Where's the tick function? Ground tick, calculate dash, check grounded, invoke. So it is getting run every frame. So why is it being weird? When does switch state start getting ran? Switch state starts getting ran when the forward dash time has expired. Got it. That's the issue. So what we actually want is probably bring this code into here. Wait, hold on. It's already doing this. Transform utilities, start interpolate, transform rotation, offset group, quaternion identity, 0.05 true. This takes in, my lovely method takes in a transform, an end rotation, a reset time, whether or not it's local, and an exit condition. Which means, oh my god. There are 4 exit conditions. That's fine, it's fine. So what is happening that this isn't working? That's the question. Because this is already doing what I want to be doing. When does, okay. What is the forward dash time right now? That might be the issue. If the forward dash time is greater than 0.05, that's an issue. It's 0.33. Sorry, less than 0.05. If it's less than 0.05, it's an issue. It's 0.33, so it shouldn't be an issue. Oh, but does this get ran? Does this get ran if you hit it after a third of a second? It runs check grounded, but it doesn't run handle grounded. Oh my god. Look at her shitty coding. So I think that if I throw handle grounded in here, but now we have to check the wall dash state to see if it has anything equivalent. Okay, it doesn't have anything equivalent, so I probably want to move this method up to here, make it virtual. I don't even need to make it virtual, but it can't be private. It has to be protected. Protected? Check grounded doesn't exist here. Fuck me. Thanks. If check grounded doesn't exist here, what do I do with this variable? We want just declare it before the if. Declare what before what if? Check grounded? Because like it's not an issue of declaration, it's an issue of ground dash state, forward ground dash state inherits from forward dash state, right? And same with wall dash. You're passing the result of that value directly in the if statement since you only use it once otherwise. I'm passing it in the if statement. I don't think I'm passing any value through the if statement. Dot check grounded. This? I mean, it's not getting passed anywhere. Bool is grounded equals. No, I don't handle that in this state. This is check grounded and it is grounded. What I actually need is for this guy to go anywhere up here. We'll put him next to these two. We'll make him protected. And then everything should work fine. I think. Do I even need to change anything? This just needs to become handle grounded. And now, probably, we'll be good. Hey, it's not global. Don't be... I got some warnings. I don't know what that's about. Okay, now it doesn't do it at all. What were those warnings, though? So... Is... I'm still initializing check grounded and enter. Yeah. Handle grounded doesn't exist down here anymore. Sure, global to the structure, if you want to call it that, yeah. We want... I wonder if this is getting triggered multiple times. No, because it would set check grounded to null. I wonder if there's something... let's see if it hits here. Log warning, hit, grounded. Oh, something's getting hit. Oh, it's not saved. I should probably save it, huh? There we go. So it did run this. And it calls the function in here, right? It must. Or is it just not calling the function? No, it is. I don't know why it's formatting it like this, but it is. Offset group. Identity. Because, like, if it hits this, it should be running this. This starts a coroutine. Oh, I hate that the it's colored orange in the method parameters, but it's not colored orange in the actual method. Are you kidding me? Who designed this shit? All right, let's say debug.log started rotation, and then we'll do the same thing, log warning. Except it's going to be rotating. How many rotating messages did we get? We only got like 12. Why did we only get 12 rotating messages? Am I not passing the right... Like, I'm passing the offset group. I'm passing the identity. It was working before. I don't understand. Okay, have a good sleep, Pepsi. Thanks for hanging out. Feel free to... Wow, yeah, never mind. Hope I see you again tomorrow. Bye. Good night. slurp rotation equals transform dot rotation, slurp start rotation, end rotation, time divided by reset time. Yeah, that checks out. Actually, let's quaternion dot. I mean, the problem with quaternions is that you can't like output their values and see if they're actually doing the things that they're supposed to be doing because they're bullshit black magic nonsense. I don't think that the issue is here though. But like, given that it says that it's rotating and it's obviously not rotating, that makes me think that the problem is there. Oh, I wonder if it's getting reset by something else every frame afterwards. That would make sense, right? So where else is offset group in here? Ah, I have found our culprit, I think. Yeah, I think this is the issue. Although, no, because that only happens once. Calculate dash. This moves the character. It changes the camera. This only changes the camera and the character's movement. So instead of this, well, are my coroutines just not working? No, that wouldn't make sense. It gets. It gets here. It gets here. What are the exit conditions? Wait, what? This, okay, okay. Um, obviously this needs to be removed. That's it. We're good. We nailed it. Congratulations. We figured out the problem. When did they add what to C#? I think that's a Unity specific thing. Yes. Oh my god. Look at how good I am. Look at how good I am at life. Oh my god. That took me way too long. It wasn't. It really wasn't. But I'll take what I can get, you know? I'm sure there was a reason why I added that in the first place. I don't know what it was, but there was a reason. And now there isn't a reason. Or at least I'm not worrying about it. Maybe I should be worrying about it, but I'm not worrying about it. All right, we removed our debugs. Now, this is what we're doing, okay? This is what we're doing. We're working on the actual thing that we came here for. Um, we need to figure out the pathing decision making. There are two ways that I can see this happening. Pray, I hate you, I hate you, I hate your existence, you stupid program. Why can't I just have to click really precisely? Oh, I keep copying the background. That's why. Possibility 1, okay, is going to be dynamically updating path. Possibility number 2 is going to be predefined path structures. Now, there are obviously things that go along with each of these. I imagine that this program will make me kill myself before I'm able to actually get any work done. But outside of that, I imagine that this will be harder to code. And also, I hate this program because I have to make a new one every time. There's gotta be someone who's come up with a plugin for this or something. This program has plugins, right? And it's also going to be more efficient. An absolute designer? Well, like, I would put it in a Photoshop image, but Adobe is garbage. And Photoshop doesn't... Yeah, doesn't run on Linux. This is going to be easier to code, would be my guess. But it's going to require much more in the game design. It's also going to be less flexible overall. Where do we want to put this? I'll just throw it here for now. Pray mechanic. Okay, and if we're going with, yeah, let's figure out each of these. Let's start with figuring out Unity's nav mesh. How do nav mesh Unity?
In this video,
oh my god, it's Brackeys, yay!
Pathfinding using Unity's NavMesh features. At the end, we'll have a working pathfinder.
Wait, are you shitting on me for being an absolute designer, or is that a compliment? I can't tell.
System where the player can click anywhere on the level and the character will then find the shortest path there. To do that, we'll be baking a navigation mesh using the NavMesh surface component, which allows us to define walkable surfaces for our agent. We'll then write a script to control a NavMesh agent along the surface. Also, this video is sponsored by Unity. Alright?
Oh, he got sponsored by Unity? What a laugh.
In here we have a player, that's the green cylinder here, as well as a tiny level. The level consists of a ground cube and on top of that some walls. And that's pretty much it. Now the improved high-level NavMesh components are available now. As you can see, I've included them in my project here. You can use the link in the description to get both the NavMesh components as well as this example scene. Alright, so the first thing that
okay, I will absolutely use whatever workflow is good for me. But if you're judging me, I will judge you back.
is bake a nav mesh. This means that we will define what surfaces are walkable for our agent. To do that, let's go to the hierarchy, let's right click, go create empty, let's reset the transform on this, and let's rename it to nav mesh. Let's then drag it to the top so we can easily see it. So this game object is going to be responsible for baking our nav mesh. To make it do this, let's hit add component, and we'll add in the nav mesh surface component. Here we have a few different settings, but if we just go ahead and hit bake, we can see that right away Unity creates a nav mesh for us. All the blue tinted areas represent surfaces that our agent can walk on, and so we can see that he cleverly avoids all the walls. We can also see that the agent can currently walk on top of some of the walls, and that the nav mesh currently treats our player himself as an obstacle. To avoid this, we edit the include layers. Here we can select what layers we want to include when baking our nav mesh. In our case, we don't want to include our player, so we can go select our player, go to the top right where it says layer, and add a new layer, and we'll create a player layer. We'll then select our player and make sure to assign this new layer to him. Then when we go back to our nav mesh, we can simply disable this layer. When we then hit bake, we can see right away our nav mesh simply ignores our player. So now we can easily control what parts of our environment we want to take into consideration when baking a nav mesh. We can also choose whether we want to bake our nav mesh from the render meshes, meaning the actual look of our level, or using physics colliders. Now I don't currently have any colliders in my scene, so if I go ahead and hit bake, we can see that nothing really appears. However, if I go in here and add a collider to the ground, I'm going to add a box collider, and then go back to the nav mesh and hit bake, we can see that this now shows up. But we can simply use the render meshes and rebake that. Finally, we have a setting at the top here called the agent type, and right above this we have a drawing with some different values. If we go simple, we can easily control what parts of our environment we want to take into consideration when baking a nav mesh. We can also choose whether we want to bake our nav mesh from the render meshes, meaning the actual look of our level, or using physics colliders. Now I don't currently have any colliders in my scene, so if I go ahead and hit bake, we can see that.
Oh, I see.
However,
Okay.
If I go in here and add a collider to the ground, I'm going to add a box collider, and then go back to
Probably
the
I'll
bake,
want to
we can see
bake
that this
based
now
on
shows up. We can
colliders.
simply use the render meshes and rebake that. Finally, we have a setting at the top here called the agent type, and right above this we have a drawing with some different values. If we go under the agent type, we can open up the agent settings. This is part of the navigation window. You can always bring this up by going window, navigation. Now here we can choose some properties for our agent, and these properties will affect how the nav mesh is built. Right now it's just using some default values for a regular humanoid character, but if we go ahead and hit the plus sign, we can create another one. This one is going to be an ogre. We can increase the radius because he's probably going to be fairly big. We'll set that to 1. I can also imagine him being pretty tall, so we'll set the height to 3. Then we can adjust the step height, which is probably going to depend on the length of his legs. I like to imagine that he has pretty short ones. And finally, we can adjust the max slope, which is how well he can climb angled surfaces. Let's say that he's fairly lazy, so he'll only do about 30 degrees. Now if we were to go back to the inspector and change the agent type to ogre and hit bake, we can see that our ogre will have a much harder time getting around our maze. In fact, there are plenty of places that he won't be able to get through. I'm just going to change this back to humanoid and rebake. Now we don't want our walls to be walkable, so to change this we can go and select our walls, and here we'll add another component called the nav mesh modifier. The nav mesh modifier allows us to change nav mesh settings for a given object. We could, for example, ignore it from build, which means that if we rebake our nav mesh, it's just going to completely ignore our walls. We could achieve the same effect by simply assigning our walls to a layer. However, we do want our walls to be used, we just don't want them to be walkable. So we'll deselect ignore from build and instead use override area. This allows us to change the area type for this object. If we select this, you can see that we have 3 default area types: walkable, not walkable, and jump. As you've probably guessed, if we select not walkable and regenerate, voila, our player can now only walk on the ground. Finally, we can choose what agents this is going to affect. By default, this is set to all, but we can't be specific. This allows us to create areas of the map that are different for each agent. Say if you're creating an RTS game and you don't want your regular units to pass through fire, but you want your fire elementals to freely walk past it. So affected agents can actually be really useful. Now that we set up our nav mesh, we're ready to start moving around the player. To do this, we're going to add a component to a player called the nav mesh agent. A nav mesh agent is a character that can navigate around the mesh. Here we have a bunch of different settings. We'll look into these in a second, but first we want to create a simple script that will control our player. So we'll hit add component and we'll create a script called player controller. Let's hit
Wait.
let's double click it to open it up in Visual Studio. Now
So we're talking about controlling the player, which is
A nav mesh
interesting.
agent is a character that can navigate around the mesh. Here we have a bunch of different settings. We'll look into these in a second, but first we want to create a simple script that will control our player. So we'll hit add
I don't know why you'd. I mean, I can imagine, I guess, some
component,
use
and we'll create a
cases
script
where
called
you'd
player
want
controller.
that.
Let's hit create an ad. Let's double click it to open it up in Visual Studio. Now before we start scripting, let's have a look at how to go about this. So controlling a nav mesh agent in Unity is actually really easy. Most of the time we use a simple function called set destination. This allows us to input some kind of position, and our agent will then automatically find the shortest path there. In our case, we have a level, and on top of that level we have a player. We also have a camera that looks at our level, and we want to be able to click on some part of the level and then have our player automatically move to that location. To do that, we'll look for some kind of mouse input, and when the player presses the mouse, we'll send out a ray to the point where the player pressed. We'll then look for where this ray hit, and we'll get the position of that point, and then by using set destination on the agent, we'll have him automatically calculate a path and move to that location. So to do this in code, we first want to remove our start function. And
Guess
inside
this
the
might
object, we
actually
want to
be
check if
like.
the player presses the left mouse button. To do this, we'll write if.
No, I mean, like, I guess he's like, imagine an RTS game, right? Or even League. You would want your player to exist on the nav mesh because yeah, you got it. I was on the exact same mindset as you until he brought up that example, though.
We'll go into the input class, and we'll use a function called getMouseButtonDown. Here we can specify what mouse button we want to check for. We want to check for left mouse, which has the index of 0. We then close off our if statement, and in here we can specify what we want to happen when we press our left mouse button. In our case, we want to use the current position of our mouse on the screen to send out a ray. We can get the position of our mouse by going input.mousePosition, and this is our current mouse position in screen coordinates. But we need a function that can convert this to a position on the screen into a ray that we can shoot out. Luckily, our camera has a function that does exactly this. So we need to go to the top here and create a reference to our camera. We'll create a public camera. Let's just call it cam. Then at the bottom here, we can use cam dot, and then we want to access the function called screen_point_ray. And this is going to take in our mouse position, and it's going to convert it to a ray that we shoot out in the direction that we click. We then want to store this ray in another variable, so we'll create a variable of type ray. Let's also call it ray and set it equal to whatever we get from this function. And before we actually shoot out this ray, we want to have a variable that we can use to store information about what it hits. To do that, we create a raycast hit, and let's just call it hit. So now we're ready to shoot out the ray. To do this, we write physics physics.raycast will feed in the ray that we want to shoot. And remember, we want to take the information about what we hit and where we hit it and store it inside of our hit variable. So we'll write out and then hit. This is going to shoot out our ray, but we don't actually want to move our agent unless our ray hits something. If we just click somewhere where there isn't an object, then we don't want our agent to do anything. This is in fact really easy to do because physics.raycast will be true if we hit something and false if we didn't. So we can actually turn this into an if statement. At the beginning here we'll write if, and we'll make sure to close off the parenthesis as well, and then we can open and close our if statement. So what we're doing here is basically checking to see if we click our left mouse button. If we do, we take our current mouse position and create a ray in that direction. We're then shooting out this ray, and we're gathering information about what we hit in the hit variable. And in the event that our ray actually hits something, we're going to continue into this if statement. And so this is where we want to go ahead and move our agent. And whenever we're working with the NavMesh system through script, we need to make sure to include, so at the top here we'll write using unityengine.ai. We can also go and remove our two namespaces at the top because we want
Oh no, not AI.
We of course need a reference term.
Not
So
AI in
write
2025.
agent, and we'll just call it agent. Then down here where we want to move our agent, we'll write agent, and here we'll use the function that we saw before called set destination, and the destination that we want to set is the point that we hit, so hit.point. And that should be all of the code that we need to do. So if we now go into Unity, we now have two empty fields under the player controller. Here we'll drag in our main camera, as well as our NavMesh agent component. And if we now hit play, we can see that we can click anywhere on our level, and our agent will try and find the shortest path there. In fact, we can even click again to change direction while the player is moving. Pretty awesome. We can also configure steering settings under our NavMesh agent. Here we can change the speed, let's set that to 8. The angular speed, which means how quickly it rotates, let's set that to 180. The acceleration, which means how quickly it starts moving or changes direction, we're going to set that to 15. And finally, the stopping distance is how close we need to get to the end of our path before the agent stops moving. I'm going to set that to 0.1. If we play now, we should see that the agent moves around a lot quicker, and we now have a working demo. Yay! That's pretty much it for this video. In the next one, we'll dive further into the NavMesh system, so make sure to subscribe to get notified once it's out. On that, thanks for watching, and I will see you in the next video. Thanks to all the awesome patron supporters who
Okay, I actually have this is going to be easier than I thought it was going to be. It seems like Unity already does a lot of the things that I want to be doing. I am going to be intelligent for once in my life. For the first time in the entirety of my life. Now I can just click and type. Isn't that amazing? I should have done that forever ago. This is 40 though, not 60. Where's Hufioib? There it is. Okay, so for dynamically updating path, I can have... I'm gonna scream. I'm actually gonna scream. I'm gonna scream so fucking bad. This program. Okay. Have... There's no way. There's no way. I'm getting trolled right now. I'm getting trolled so hard by GIMP. One more time. One more time. Have. Yes. Good. Get obsidian? What is obsidian? Oh, I mean like, like what I actually, Vim. I've heard of Vim. I'm forgetting what it is. Yeah. I mean like I have Kate, right? And if I'm gonna use something, I'm gonna use Kate because I like Kate. But and I've stripped everything out of Kate, absolutely everything, because that's how I like to work. I just I like to have a. I have a text editor. I have multiple text editors. I just like having it on like a on a picture form. Okay, I like having it on a picture form, and I will get used to GIMP once I get a stylus or a tablet or whatever you want to call it in a year from now or whenever that will be. It will be much easier because I can just. Where's the brush? There's a brush somewhere. Is it under airbrush? Yeah, it is under airbrush. I can just where's the oh, where's the color? Where's the color? All right. Oh my god, I'm gonna oh, I need a layer. Okay. Hello. Do you like my handwriting? This is good? How's my handwriting? I like my handwriting. Canvas? Or Canva? Or something else? It'll be okay. It'll be okay. I'll stop complaining. I'll stop complaining. I promise. I'll stop complaining. Sure, yeah. Anyway, I would need to have a nav mesh agent dynamically update path. I'm just saying the same thing in more words. Have recalculate path every X seconds. That's effectively all this would be doing, right? And then this, have agent run along path after given trigger. And this I would have to like define over and over and over and over again. This I just have to make sure that it doesn't run stupidly, right? So I think that this is definitely the way to go. 100,000,000%. I can just plop Prey in the level, send them off, and they're good to go. And then actually, I'll need both of these because at the end of every level, you'll be chasing the moon himself. Probably want him to run along a specific path. Definitely want him to run along a specific path. So we need to create both of these things, unfortunately. But we'll start with the bunny. The first thing to do is going to be to create a nav mesh. So let's watch how he did that.
Using the nav mesh surface component, which allows us to define walkable surfaces for our agent. In this video, you'll learn how to create simple pathfinding using a navigation mesh using the nav mesh surface component, which allows us to define walkable surfaces for our agent. We'll then write a script to control the nav mesh agent along the surface. Also, this video is sponsored by Unity. Alright, let's get started. So as you can see, I've set up this simple example scene. In here, we have a player, that's the green cylinder here, as well as a tiny level. The level consists of a ground cube, and on top of that, some walls. And that's pretty much it. Now, the improved high-level nav mesh components are available now. As you can see, I've included them in my project here. You can use the link in the description to get both the nav mesh components as well as this example scene. Alright, so the first thing that we want to do is bake a nav mesh. This means that we will define what surfaces are walkable for our agent. To do that, let's go to the hierarchy, let's right-click, go create empty. Let's reset the transform on this, and let's rename it to nav mesh. Let's then drag it.
Need to get all of this nonsense out of the way.
To the top so we can easily see it. So this game object is going to be responsible for baking our nav mesh. To make it do this, let's hit add component, and we'll add in the nav mesh surface component. Here we have a few different settings, but if we just go ahead and hit bake, we can see that right away Unity creates a nav mesh for us. All the blue tinted areas represent surfaces that our agent can walk on, and so we can see that he cleverly avoids all the. We can see that right away. To make it do this, let's hit add component, and we'll add in the nav mesh surface component. Here we have a few different settings, but if we just go ahead and hit
we
bake,
just throw a
we can see that
nav
right away
mesh
Unity creates a
surface
nav
on here.
mesh for us. All the blue.
I wonder how performant this is. It probably won't be an issue. I imagine, like... Actually, I have no idea. I have no idea how good Unity is. I wonder if it, Is it? Okay. That's good to hear. If it's not, then, like... I don't even know what I would do if it wasn't...
Blue tinted areas represent surfaces that our agent can walk on, and so we can see that he cleverly avoids
Because I know pathfinding is an absolute ass pain.
all the walls. We can also see that the agent can currently walk on top of some of the walls, and that the nav.
The issue is the amount of things running, I'd assume. Yeah. I mean, the thing that I'm worried about is probably how big the area is. Although if I'm asking it to run very short distances, I guess the size of the area shouldn't be as much of an issue. Yeah, I think that makes sense.
Mesh currently treats our player himself as an obstacle. To avoid this, we edit the include layers. Here we can select what and we'll add in the nav mesh surface component. Here we have a few different settings, but if we just go ahead and hit bake, we can see that right away Unity creates a nav mesh for us. All the blue tinted areas represent.
All right, what do we think it's going to be like if we bake it right away? Oh, not terrible. That calculated really, really quickly. Oh, that's good to hear. Can it, do you think that this includes jumping? Because I'll definitely want them to be able to jump. Let's actually look that up. Is my homepage YouTube? Yes, it is. Why would you use a separate system? I mean the agent jumping, right? So I'm not worried about Hati jumping. Obviously, the player controls him and he has colliders and stuff.
Hello and welcome, I'm your Code Monkey, and here let's learn how to use
Well, hopefully
NavMesh.
Code
This
Monkey
is
tells me
Unity's
something.
defining tool. Also, this video is a lecture taken from my Ultimate Unity Overview course. Unity is massive, so in the course I explain over 30 features and tools of the engine that you might not know about. There's individual lectures explaining tons of things like shader graph, assembly definitions, pro builder, script execution order, and so on. Also, the course will continuously be updated with free updates as I add more lectures explaining more and more tools and features. So go ahead and get the full course and learn how to master all of the Unity tools to help you make better games faster. In this lecture, we're going to learn all about NavMesh in Unity. This is Unity's built-in pathfinding system. So first of all,
Oh, I think I saw something. Some jumping areas, some slopes, and so on.
Parameters. And for that, here is a slightly more advanced
Oh,
demonstration.
okay.
So I've got this level that I built using ProBuilder, which I'll also cover in detail in another lecture. So I've got some basic floor, I've got some stairs, an area above, I've got some overhangs, the usual objects, I've got some jump.
Let's look it up. Can Unity's NavMesh have agents jump? Jumping is no problem. But you didn't tell me how to do it. Look into off-mesh links for jumping and climbing. Oh, I think I've heard of these. All of the questions being asked here can be covered via NavMesh link and customizing traversal behavior.
Welcome to Llama Academy. Chris here to help you.
Oh my god, I can't. Oh, this is rough. We're muting it and we're captioning it. You can? Alright, very low.
That's how you connect two parts of a NavMesh together, or you can even jump from one NavMesh to
God,
the
this
other.
audio quality.
Check out the previous video, part 1 of the series, where we go into how to set up a NavMesh, what the agents are, the different components, all that stuff. If you haven't checked that out, there's a card on the screen right now. Go check it out, because we're building on that in this video.
Liam
We're
Academy.
changing a little bit and adding NavMesh links. So if you're just jumping in here, it might be a little bit weird. So go back, check it out, and then come back and check this one out. Let's hop in and add a NavMesh link to our demo scene. If you're following along from the last video, the only change here is I moved the
I don't think I've
canvas
seen
a
this
little
guy
bit and
before.
duplicated the entire world geometry. So everything floor through wall 13. I just selected all that, duplicated it, and moved it over to the right a little bit. That's it. If I select all of the world geometry, we'll see that actually the NavMesh, see I haven't even made the NavMesh yet. So what I'll do is select world geometry and just click bake on both the player NavMesh surface and the enemy NavMesh surface. And we'll see that, cool, I have two different NavMeshes, or two different sections of NavMeshes, but there's no way for them to be connected. So if I click play and try to click on the right section of floor, my nav agent would run to the wall and just kind of stand there. If we create a new game object and attach a NavMesh link to it, we'll see that we get a few options here. The agent type, start point, end point, width, cost modifier, auto update position, bidirectional, and area type. The start and endpoint define where the agent will first hook up to the link and then cross towards the endpoint. If you define a non-zero width, it allows the agent to cross over a range of positions. Anywhere within that width, it will allow the agent to jump across there. Here we're keeping it at 0, but we could potentially make it the entire width of our floor to allow the agent to cross anywhere. The agent will first hook up to the link and then cross towards the endpoint. If you define a non-zero width, it allows the agent to cross over a range of positions. Anywhere within that width, it will allow the agent to jump.
Oh, cool.
At 0, but we could potentially make it the entire width of our floor to allow the agent to cross anywhere on the side where there's a valid link on the other side. The cost modifier, most of the time, you probably want to leave it at 1. It should be a non-negative number, and it's defined as the non-negative cost of moving over the NavMesh link, which is this number times the Euclidean distance between NavMesh link endpoints. So if you don't know what that means, leave it at 1. If you do know what that means, well, then you probably know what it should be set to. Basically, the lower values will be 0, but we could potentially make it the entire width of our floor to allow the agent to cross anywhere on the side where there's a valid link on the other side. The cost modifier, most of the time, you probably want to leave it at 1. It should be a non-negative number, and it's defined as the non-negative cost of moving over the NavMesh link, which is
the non-negative cost of moving over the NavMesh link.
This number times the Euclidean distance between NavMesh link endpoints.
Euclidean distance. Is that just like, Euclidean geometry is just normal shit. So, should that just be set to like the distance itself, I
If you
feel
don't know
like?
what that means, leave it at 1. If you do know what that means, well, then you probably know what it should be set to. Basically, the lower values will make it easier and higher probability that the agent will cross there. Auto update position just
Yeah, I think I'm right
indicates
about
whether
that.
the link should control the agent's position as it crosses it. If you turn that to false, you need to manage the navmesh agent's position. Bidirectional makes it so you can either have one-way or two-way jumps. We'll be using only two-way jumps in this demo. If you turn off bidirectional, it's really important that you'll line the start and endpoint correctly, and the UI that you see will have an arrow only going one way, so it'll help you out. And the area type is the exact same as we saw in the navmesh agent. Probably want to be jump unless you have custom areas and define the navmesh link to be a non-jumping link. What I'm going to do is align this where I have that green line going across the floor. That way the player knows where they can jump across. It's really important to align the start and endpoint to be on the navmesh. If it's not on the navmesh, the agent will not be able to use it, and the agent will understand that it cannot use that link. If I click play and click on the right side, I can see my agent correctly goes to that link and then crosses. But the enemy cannot do that because we only added one navmesh link. So if we go back to the navmesh link and we just copy this component and paste it again and change the agent type to enemy 1 and then click play again, the enemy will follow me across the jump. But it doesn't look very good, right? They kind of just glide over, kind of like they have really long legs and can just magically make it. So how do we fix that? In the navmesh components GitHub repo, Unity provides us something called an agent link mover, which gives us 4 different options for an agent to traverse a navmesh link. There's teleport, parabola, curve, and normal speed. Normal speed behaves the exact same as we just saw, so that's not really useful. Parabola will move the agent across the link in a parabola. There's teleport, which just teleports the navmesh agent from the start to endpoint immediately. And then there's curve. I think this is the most useful one because you can define a custom animation curve that defines the height of the navmesh agent as they traverse the navmesh link. That's the one we'll be using.
I mean, is that going to be much different from Parabola?
From the agent, we find the start and end position, and then we do a coroutine that evaluates the height position over the curve using vector 3 lerp from the start end position and adding in the y offset from the curve. It's very straightforward, but this also provides us these other options that we might find useful later in our game. I'll add the agent link mover to both the enemy and the player. I'll set the method to be curve and define a simple parabolic curve. If I click play again, we'll see that both of the agents have a hop whenever they go over the navmesh link. It looks a lot better. That's cool, but we have all of these different heights. What if we could have our player and enemy jump across the different heights? I'll quickly adjust the size of this box and the position of the box to make it look like we can jump on top of these different walls. Then we'll just set up a couple navmesh links to jump from the floor to on top of the box, and then from on top of the box to on top of the wall.
Okay. I think I understand what we're going to do. I hope I understand what we're going to do. Actually, okay. Okay, I definitely know how to do predefined path structure now, I think. Because there must be a way to, like... I'm sure there's a way to set specific points, and then you just tell the agent to move from one point to another. That should be really, 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 really simple. When it comes to the dynamically updating path, I think that I'm going to start with defining it based on... I'm not going to do that. Because like I want to be able to test and make sure that it's working in the final implementation. Okay, so there are going to be two things in the final game that are going to happen, right? The first thing that's going to happen is you're going to approach a prey, it will sense you, and then it will run along a dynamically generated path. And I'm planning on doing that by effectively having it run to a point, and then it will randomly generate a new point to run to, and then it will randomly generate a new point to run to over and over and over and over again. And maybe Hati will get lucky, maybe he won't in terms of how easy it is to catch the prey, but at least it will make it unpredictable so it's harder for the player to get it, right? And I can probably alter these values so that in level 1 it's probably pretty easy, and in level 5 it's probably pretty hard because of how fast the prey is moving and how often they switch directions. At the end of the level, the Moon Spirit, Mani, will run along a predefined path. I imagine that you can set up nodes or something like that that just are transform positions, and he'll just run from like one to another along the nav mesh. So those are the two different things that I want to implement. Now, I want to start on the dynamically generated one, but I also want a way to be able to test it to make sure that everything is working in the way that I want it to, which makes me feel like I should probably start a new project to test it in, set up a very basic environment, build out all of the code there, and then I can move it to the main project. I think that's what I'll do. Wherever my Unity hub is. Although I definitely need it to be on the raid version. Um, 2022.3. And I think I'm using... I don't know what I'm using, actually. I thought that I was using the high definition. Am I using Universal Render Pipeline? I might be. I might be. Oh my god, where are you? I have too many things open. How do I even know? I think that it's like in project settings or something. Universal Render Pipeline. When did they add? They didn't add so many things before. I guess this is the one I want. Hub is not permitted to create a project here. Wonderful. Where is it? Oh, my computer's chonking now. It's actually not. I'm used to. I had a laptop before this, and I ran everything off the laptop, and it constantly like if I just opened Unity baseline, I'd be at 85 degrees Celsius. Obviously, not something you want. Um, so I'm very used to like I hear a fan kick on. Oh, my computer is burning itself alive right now, but it was fine. It was chilling. It was Bing chilling, as the kids say. Do I not know how to create a cube anymore? Let me make a cube. Maya, I've used Maya for so long. I could go back to it right now, immediately know where pretty much everything is, but Unity I am not at that level yet. I my hotkey oh wait, my hotkeys are fine. Okay. We have one cube. So there are two scenarios that I can envision. One that is like a jump up, and then another is going to be a jump across to something of an equal or different height. And my agent should be able to handle both of these things. Also, my agent should be able to like go in a pretty randomized pattern of around whatever mesh we're going to be working with. So we need something that is decently for dynamic for it to play with. All right, we'll call this good enough for now. So if I create a nav mesh, yeah, usually, but not this time, alas. Wait, I put a...
surfaces pathfinding system where the player can click anywhere on the level and our agent will then write a script to control the nav mesh 8 the green cylinder components. The first thing that we want to do is bake a nav mesh. This means that we will define what surfaces are walkable for our agent. To do that, let's go to the hierarchy, let's right click, go create empty, let's reset the transform on this, and let's rename it to nav mesh. Let's then drag it to the top so we can easily see it. So this game object is going to be responsible for baking our nav mesh. To make it do this, let's hit add component and we'll add in the nav mesh surface component. Here.
Oh, okay. It's just not... Searching is weird, because, like, you type in nav mesh, you would expect everything involved with nav mesh to come up, but surface is just hiding? Oh. Surface just doesn't exist? What are we doing here, guys? Obstacle? No? It worked in the other one. Why is it just not showing up? Am I missing a package? That doesn't make sense. Let's reopen Hati, I guess. Figure out why one of them will work and the other one won't. See, this has a nav mesh surface. Why is it... Okay, I guess we're gonna have to look it up. Unity, why no nav mesh surface component? As of now, those navigation mesh components are not a built-in part of Unity. It looks like he has a download link for his project file in the description. Except they are, evidently. It's like, that's 2018. I'm in a 2022 version of Unity. The old nav mesh stuff is an extra window tab where you can bake called navigation. Why is it working in one version of Unity and not another? This is like the most mind-numbing, brain-rotting shit possible. Did I must have a package. I must have a package. In project, AI navigation. I bet this is it. If I go to window, package manager, packages. Yeah, so that's not in here. So I need to add AI navigation. AI nav. Install. Truly, I have the biggest brain of anyone on this entire earth that has ever existed. Truly, big brain. Okay, bake. Wonderful. It is baked. Now, we need to actually code what we want to code. Although I think that it was what? Link? Nav mesh link? Let's define some nav mesh links. How did it do it? Probably shouldn't say it. How did they do it?
Hey, Chris here from Mom Academy.
Move the camera position a little bit, and we'll see that we get a few options here. The agent type, start point, end point, width, cost modifier, auto update position, bidirectional, and area type. The start and end point define where the agent will first hook up to the link and then cross towards the end point. If you define a non-zero width, the start and end point define where the agent will first hook up to the link and then cross towards the end point. If you define a non-zero width, it allows
But
the
how do
agent
you
to cross
define
over a
that?
range of positions. Anywhere within that width, it will allow the agent to jump across there. Here we're keeping it at 0, but we could potentially make it the entire width of our floor to allow the agent to cross any.
Is there an easy way? Like, can you just click on it and then click on here? No? Does it already exist somewhere and I just don't see it? Oh. Oh, maybe it does. Okay. So if oh, no, this is the whole nav mesh. The nav mesh link, oh, they're their own, they have their own transforms. I wonder if I can throw them directly underneath the nav mesh. Nav mesh link. Okay, so now if I move this, it does nothing, which is exactly what I want. No, I'm kidding. Can I just scale this up? I don't think so. This is kind of, this is a thing. This is a thing for sure. I don't understand why it's not sticking to the nav mesh. Feels like kind of a line transform.
Anywhere on the side where there's a valid link on the other side. The cost modifier most of the time, if you define a non-zero width, it allows the agent to type start point, end point, width, cost modifier, auto update position, bidirectional, and area type. The start and end point define where the agent will first hook up to the link and then cross towards the end point. If you define a non-zero width, it allows the agent to cross over a range of positions. Anywhere within that width, it will allow the agent to jump across there. Here we're keeping it at 0, but we could potentially make it the entire width of our floor to allow the agent to cross anywhere on the side where there's a valid link on the other side. The cost modifier, most of the time, you probably want to leave it at 1. It should be a non-negative number, and it's defined as the non-negative cost of moving over the nav mesh link, which is this number times the Euclidean distance between nav mesh link endpoints. So if you don't know what that means, leave it at 1. If you do know what that means, well, then you probably know what it should be set to. Basically, the lower values will make it easier and higher probability that the agent will cross there. Auto update position just indicates whether the link should control the agent's position as it crosses it. If you
Why is it rotated now? Oh, it has a transform node. I guess that would check out. I don't know why it seemed like I was really thinking that this would stick to the nav mesh, but like it's not. Okay, so hypothetically, based on everything that I have heard this guy say so far, this should just work. But this feels really, really insecure. But let's make a nav mesh agent. Throw a capsule in there. Agent.
turn that to false, you need to manage the nav
Areas, some slopes, and so on.
We have a few different settings, but if we just go ahead and hit bake, we can see that right away Unity creates a nav mesh for us. All the blue tinted areas represent surfaces that our agent can walk on, and so we can see that he cleverly avoids all the walls. We can also see that the agent can currently walk on top of some of the walls, and that the nav mesh currently treats our player himself as an obstacle. To avoid this, we edit the include layers. Here we can select what layers we want to include when baking our nav mesh. In our case, we don't want to include our player, so we can go select our player, go to the top right where it says layer, and add a new layer, and we'll create a player layer. We'll then select our player and make sure to assign this new layer to him. Then when we go back to our nav mesh, we can also see that the agent can currently walk on top of some of the walls, and that the nav mesh currently treating. Here we have a few different settings, but if we just go ahead and hit bake, we can see that right away Unity creates a nav mesh for us. All the blue tinted areas represent surfaces that our agent can walk on, and so we can see that he cleverly avoids all the walls. We can also see that the agent can currently walk on top of some of the walls, and that the nav mesh currently treats our player himself as an obstacle. To avoid this, we edit the include layers. Here we can select what layers we want to include when baking our nav mesh. In our case, we don't want to include our player, so we can go select our player, go to the top right where it says layer, and add a new layer, and we'll create a player layer. We'll then select our player and make sure to assign this new layer to him. Then when we go back to our nav mesh, we can simply disable this layer. When we then hit bake, we can see right away our nav mesh simply includes our player. So we can go select our player, go to the top right where it says layer, and add a new layer, and we'll create a player layer. We'll then select our player and make sure to assign this new layer to him. Then when we go back to our nav mesh, we can simply disable this layer. When we then hit bake, we can see right away our nav mesh simply ignores our player. So now we can easily control what parts of our environment we want to take into consideration when baking a nav mesh. We can also choose whether we want to bake our nav mesh from the render meshes, meaning the actual look of our level, or using physics colliders. Now I don't currently have any colliders in my scene, so if I go ahead and hit bake, we can see that nothing really appears. However, if I go in here and add a collider to the ground, I'm going to add a box collider, and then go back to the nav mesh and hit bake, we can see that this now shows up. But we can simply use the render meshes and rebake that. Finally, we have a setting at the top here called and that's in my scene, so if I go ahead and hit bake, we can see that nothing really appears. However, if I go in here and add a collider to the ground, I'm going to add a box collider, and then go back to the nav mesh and hit bake, we can see that this now shows up. But we can simply use the render meshes and rebake that. Finally, we have a setting at the top here called the agent type. And right above this, we have a drawing with some different values. If we go under the agent type, we can open up the agent settings. This is part of the navigation window. You can always bring this up by going window, navigation, with some different values. If we go under the agent type, we can open up the agent settings. This is part of the navigation window. You can always
Ooh, how do I dock this though? Oh wait, duh. Okay, is there a visual representation of this? Did I put it on the wrong thing? Okay. Good start, good start.
bring this up by going window, navigation. Now we can choose some properties for our agent, and these properties will affect how the nav mesh is built. Right now it's just using some default values for a regular humanoid character, but if we go ahead and hit the plus sign, we can create another one. This one is going to be an ochre. We can increase the radius because he's probably going to be fairly big. We'll set that to 1. I can also imagine him being
Oh, okay, so you can just define, we'll say just prey, generic. I wish there were a visual indicator. Wait, does each, if I throw an agent node on this, ooh, okay, okay, okay. So like, this makes sense. This makes sense. I could have like rabbit, I could have deer, I could have whatever floats my boat. So the question is, how do I, because like you can define a yeah? Are you happy you can see KickChat? What a wonderful. Yeah, I mean, like, hey, cis or trans, I don't think anyone wants to be talked to like that, let's be real. We are making games here. True, true, true. So yeah, I'm just trying to think to myself, like, if you're not defining it with a mouse click, how do you I guess I need to just look through the documentation. Nav mesh unity. Maybe, but like, I have enough experience. I know when people are being weird, okay? And it's just not anyone's business. Actually, if we go back to this tutorial,
So we'll set the height to 3 areas of the surf agent. Converting this to have a put some kind of go about this. So controlling a nav mesh agent in Unity is actually really easy. Most of the time we use a simple function called set destination. This allows us to input some kind of position, and our agent will then automatically find the shortest path there. In our case, we
so basically the position that I would probably be setting would be some form of addition of the agent's current
have a level,
position.
and on top of that level we have a player. We also have a camera that looks at our level, and we want to be able to click on some part of the level and then have our player automatically move to that location. To do that, we'll look for some kind of mouse.
Given that all I get from Kick are like bots and weirdos, I'm kind of tempted to stop streaming to it. I don't know.
Mouse input, and when the player presses the mouse, we'll send out a ray to
Sir, this is a Wendy's is just a meme where like somebody's talking about some unhinged shit, and then the reveal is that they're talking to somebody who's just trying to take their order. One of these will have an actual meme. Why do none of these have memes? Oh wait, here we go. Yeah, I mean, like, this is a Sir, this is a Wendy's moment. If you're, like, randomly going around offering your friends your fertility juice, then, like, it's not appropriate to the situation, is what the meme is pointing out.
To the point where the player pressed. We'll then look for where this ray hit, and we'll get the position of that point, and then by using set destination on the agent, we'll have him automatically calculate a path and move to that location. So to do this in code, we first want to remove our start function, and inside the update method, we want to check where the player pressed.
I guess the question is, how does it... Are there transforms specific to the nav mesh? Because the nav mesh is like a plane, it's not a cube. Does it take in an XY coordinate?
We'll then look for where this
instead
ray
of
hit,
wait. Is Unity Z up? Unity is Y up? I don't remember. Unity is Y up. So does it take in an XZ coordinate then?
We'll get the position of that point to remove our start function, and inside the update method, we want to check if the player presses the left mouse button. We want to check for left mouse, which has the index of 0. We then close off our if statement, and in here we can specify what we want to happen when we press our left mouse button. In our case, we want to use the current position of our mouse on the screen to send out a ray. We can get the position of our mouse by going input.mousePosition, and this is our current mouse position in screen coordinates. But we need a function that can convert this to a position on the screen into a ray that we can shoot out. Luckily, our camera has a function that does exactly this. So we need to go to the top here and create a reference to our camera. We'll create a public camera, and let's just call it cam. Let's call it ray and set it equal to whatever we get from this function. And before we actually shoot out this ray, we want to have a variable that we can use to store information about what it hits. Raycast write out isn't an object, then we don't want our agent to do anything. This is in fact really easy to do because physics.raycast will be true. We can click close and that thanks for the actual setting will try our main point, and that should be
because like it's the hit is going to be exactly the hit is a 3D value, right? So how would I get an exact 3D coordinate? There must be a nav mesh thing for this. Or maybe what it does is it just takes the point that is closest to the path. Like if it's like 1 unit off, it will go to whichever unit is closest. Does that make sense? I hope that made sense. Use this function to avoid gameplay delays by planning a path before it's needed. This function is synchronous. Use the returned path path to set the path for an agent navmesh agent.setPath. Calculate a path between 2 points and store the resulting path. Use this. Okay, this is the same thing. This still isn't exactly what I want, though. Actually, you know what? Let's just try it. Let's just try it. We're just going to try it. We're just going to see what happens. I assume that I'm right. I assume that I am 500 IQ. I'm at least 5 IQ though, and that's enough. So we're gonna need a script. Let's call it control agent. I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick. I'll be right back.
Pretty short ones. And finally, we can adjust the max slope, which is how well he can climb angled surfaces. Let's say that he's fairly lazy, so he'll only do about 30 degrees. Now, if we were to go back to the inspector and change the agent type to ogre and hit bake, we can see that our ogre will have a much harder time getting around our maze. In fact, there are plenty of places that he won't be able to get through. I'm just going to change this back to humanoid and rebake. Now, we don't want our walls to be walkable, so to change this, we can go and select our walls, and here we'll add another component called the nav mesh modifier. The nav mesh modifier allows exactly this. So we need to go to the top act, then want to store shooter. So now we're ready. What we actually want to move our agent at physics to close our mouse position. We hit something. We're going to continue into this clue. So at the top of our agent will point. And that should be all of the code.
Yo, you raided me while I was eating. What the fuck? Thanks for the raid, though. I don't know if you're still here, TBH. I don't even know how raids work. Thanks for the raid. I appreciate it. I'm still pretty new to streaming. We're just working on a game. Did you? Oh my god, you're mean. You're mean as shit. What the heck? Thanks for the raid, Smikey. What do you normally stream? Like game dev stuff or something else? Try to make a new friend. Hell yeah! Friends, let's go! Art and game dev? Hell yeah. What are you working on right now? Nice, nice, nice. I am getting into game dev. Back into game dev. This is my first day back in like a year and a half since I've done any meaningful work on my game. For music learning. Cool, 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 cool. Are you big into music then? Nice, cool. I love music. Sure, you want to see it? It's a little weird right now because I'm in the middle of developing it, but this is a 3D platformer called Hati, okay? It is about a wolf who chases the spirit of the moon. You can double jump, you can forward dash, you can vertical dash, lots of cool stuff. Camera zooms in and out, but like the coolest feature is probably wall running, I would guess. Right now, none of these things are happening, but like all of these abilities have oh, thanks for the follow. I appreciate you so much. All of these abilities, yes, this is Unity. I also added some like cute little animations for him. He does a little shake. They're not fully integrated yet, but you know, he does a little howl. He's a cute boy. Thanks so much for the raid. Oh my god, you made my day. He can pee. I haven't animated the peeing yet or anything, but no, I do it all in Maya. So it's like honestly, Blender might be better these days. I'm not even gonna lie. Maya just like crashes all the time. I like Maya's user interface better though, because I've used it for so much longer. Yeah, it's a work in progress. Right now what I'm doing is there's this little bunny rabbit here, okay? I want this little bunny rabbit to be able to run away from Hati. So I was working on developing a system for it to dynamically pathfind in order to do that. Yep. Unity dev scares you? Why? What's so scary about it? Is it just like 3D development in general, or is it game development? C Sharp? C Sharp isn't that bad. Have you done other... You think the Unity API is nice? I mean, it doesn't matter if the API is nice if all the tools are broken, right? I don't know. I'm gonna be real with you. I think C Sharp in Unity is the easiest language I've ever used. I think it's easier than Python. I think it's easier than all of the Javas. I'm sure I've used other languages. I think it's easier than HTML. HTML, it just feels like you're constantly lost in the sauce. But like with C Sharp, it feels like everything is labeled in a way that does exactly what you imagine it'll do. If you're doing 3D, quaternions are pretty scary. I won't lie. Okay, quaternions are pretty bad. But like once you understand them, and it's cool. What is Phaser JS? Phaser JavaScript? I've actually never heard of that. Hold on, let me give you a follow back real quick. What is it for? Is it for something specific? It's a game library. Okay, okay. Yeah, I don't know what to say or do. I don't know what reading is. Like Unity but for JavaScript? Oh, okay, okay, okay. I got you. I got you. Yeah, is that like a what are you working on right now? Oh, yeah, 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 yeah. Of course, of course. The music education game. Yeah, JavaScript is making a whole ass game. That's crazy. I assume it's is it like a little flash game or is it more involved? Like what is the actual thing that you do with the game? Oh, cool, cool, cool. So is it like for pretty entry level music learners then? That makes sense. That makes sense. That's cute. That's really, really cute. That's so cool. What are your ambitions for it long term? Okay, so if I did this right, when I play the game, the capsule should go from right here to over here. Let's see if I did it. I have a compilation error. I don't see a compilation error. Oh. Vector 3 cannot be used like a method. New Vector 3. See, it's been a long time for me. It's been a long time. I don't know why that isn't coming up with red squigglies, though. Oh! Damn. Forgot about the camera issue. Okay. We're gonna slide this baby over here. Alright, this should work now. It should just boop. It did not boop. I wrote it once before in janky JavaScript, now using phaser rewriting and expanding. No real ambitions. Been out of work for a while, so I said, fuck it. I'm sick of just keeping up with the technology, so I thought I'd just jump back into some game dev stuff. Hell yeah! What do you do for work? Are you like a typical software engineer or something else? Right now, I am a leech on the back of society. I'm an absolute leech. I'm a vermin. But I'm trying to make something of myself. Yeah, because like the only thing that I think of when I think of Java are like Flash games, which I guess this could be a Flash game. Sure, 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 sure. I started out in 3D animation and stuff like that. So that's why the art on the wolf is much better than any of the real gameplay stuff. Ah, I think I see the issue. You need a nav mesh agent. So this? No. What goes in here? This goes in here? No. Lana Lux? I don't think I'm very new to all of streaming, so I'm not sure. Is she on YouTube too? Or just Twitch? I'll definitely have to give her a check out. Lana Lux. Oh shit, she's big. Following her. So what goes in the agent slot? That's the question. Brackies. Help me. Save me, Brackies. Holy shit, I'm lost in the sauce. It's so much harder when you have to have a entire monitor dedicated to streaming. I can't just have like one monitor where I have all of the development and the other monitor where I have YouTube or whatever else I'm doing. Did I close it? I might have just closed it. No, I lied.
That we need to do. So if we now go into Unity, we now have two empty fields under the player controller. Here we'll drag in.
You have three what? I don't even remember the question I asked.
In our main camera, as well as our nav mesh agent component. And
Nav mesh agent. Oh, big brain. Big brain. Dope. No, it still didn't work. Aw, so sad. All right, now, did I not enter the set destination properly? Set destination, move location. Move location. Is this getting the right, this should get the right transform node, right? Let's say public transform. Shouldn't this be capitalized? Am I crazy? Transform? Underscore transform? I thought that it just got it by default. But I could be wrong. I've been wrong before. Once or twice. What are the platforms going to be eventually? I mean, I'm actually not sure, like, what the... I'll just try to answer that question as best as I can. In level 1, there's going to be, like, a forest area. There will probably be, like, a big tree that's kind of reminiscent of Yggdrasil, but not actually Yggdrasil. In the second area, it'll be a tundra. You'll, like, dive beneath the snow into, like, this icy kingdom area. In the third area, you'll be climbing up a mountain. There will be lots of statues. In the fourth area, you'll be running on the Aurora Borealis towards the moon. And then in the fifth area, you'll be in the moon. I don't know if that answered the question about the platforms or not, but that's what my progression system, my idea of the progression system for the game is. Transform could not be found. Am I missing? Am I crazy here? You can make a transform in Unity. There's a transform class. No, I mean, yeah. You're totally like I have two monitors, right? But like usually when I develop, I have some things on one monitor and some things on the other monitor. So now if I have a streaming monitor as well, it's like I need three monitors just to sort all of my stuff. If I have two Unity tabs open, I have a text editor open, I have two different tutorials open, I have my streaming browser open, I have OBS open. Yeah, it's crazy. Thank you, thank you. Wait, is it bad if people see the names of .environment files? Is that like a security risk? Yeah. I don't think that I've ever I don't think I've really ever opened environment files, like very, very rarely. All right, I'm gonna look up the most embarrassing thing I've ever looked up before. Because I feel like I'm crazy right now. Actually, I can just look in my other projects. I should be able to. Although I don't really want to open it. Because it's not already open. Oh, it is already open. So if we go to State Manager, it's just capital T. I don't know why capital T isn't working for the other one. Let's save this and see if it works. I hate AI for the most part, but Claude.ai gives me the idea of what the fuck I did wrong, and then I double check if it's actually right. Yeah, I mean, like, I, uh, I broadly agree with that. I actually, like, loathe the idea of coding something from the ground up with AI. But I also have the perspective that like I should understand it. If I were in the place where I had more understanding, I don't think that I would be as opposed to using AI. But it's because I don't already understand what's happening a lot of the time that I don't want to use AI because I feel like it's just it's like I'm kneecapping myself for not for no reason, but all right, this should work. If we see this agent move across the screen, I will scream, okay? Are you ready for this? He didn't move. Oh my god, why didn't he move? Oh, do I need to put the transform in? I do need to put the transform in. No. He's got the... Is there something in the navmesh agent that's an issue? Oh, wait. We're gonna do it the Brachy's way. We're gonna do it the Brachy's way. Because, like, this might be proving that my hypothesis is wrong. If I can find... This is the issue. This is the issue, okay?
And if we now hit play, we need an option that we want to set.
I don't even know if this input system will work in the modern day. But I also really don't want to figure out the right way to do it.
That is the point that we hit. So hit dot.
Okay. I don't know what is going on with these brackets right now. Get out of here, loser. Ooh, okay, okay. SiriBot? I will look that up off stream. Oh my god. I'm using this mode every time from now on, I swear to god. So much easier. Siri_bot. This is just like for my main projects, I'm using the new input system. For this project, I am using whatever works because it's not real, it's just a test. I'm gonna transfer it over to the main project. Oh, okay. Gotcha. I mean, the bots are on Kick though. Will it protect me on Kick? Oh wait, that bot was in Twitter though, or Twitter. That bot was on Twitch, wasn't it? Okay, so I don't think this is gonna work, but it's also not giving me any errors right now. So, although it doesn't show me, the debug is not clear. All right, it's not giving me any errors in here either. Hopefully. Okay, this isn't working either, which tells me that there's something else going on that I'm not realizing. Maybe the NavMesh agent system got updated since Bracky's made that tutorial. It's not giving me any IntelliSense. Is there a Unity IntelliSense? Let's install Unity tools. See if this helps. Nothing bad has ever happened when I've installed something like this. Ever. Not even once. Do I need to restart? I am. I'm on Kubuntu. Try catch? I mean, that's not the issue though, right? I need like debugging. Kubuntu is nice, but like, damn, I miss Photoshop. Photoshop is a lot better than GIMP, I'm not gonna lie. I don't like that these aren't aligned. Why aren't these aligned? Oh, this is just out here. Is this just floating? Why is that floating? Yeah, no, I mean, like, yes, you're 1,000,000% right. I agree. It's just harder to use non-destructively and in general, if we're being real with each other. But the in general part may pass with time. But yes, I 100 million trillion % agree with you.
Point. And that's
Maybe the speed is too low. What if we set the speed to like 3000? Can we make sure that it's also it might not be registering the mouse button click. Let's debug the mouse button click. There's a really good chance that because the input system is deprecated, or whatever you want to call it, clicked. All I did was add oh, I don't have a cam. Why didn't it come up with that error before? Hey, what are you doing? Why aren't you loading? Is Photomop a separate thing from Photoshop, or is it just a derogatory way of talking about it? Okay, so what's happening here is like it's just not even sensing. It's not sensing anything. Which I guess isn't a big deal. I'm gonna scream. I'm gonna scream. I mean, I don't know. Am I like? I don't know. I don't know. I'm very, very new. So, I mean, I guess I can check. I am 9 of 25 followers, and right now it doesn't say that I have an average of. It doesn't say that I have any average of 3 viewers per my stream. So, pretty far away. The other two things, though, are like super easy because it's completely within my control. I think it's like the amount of streaming you do and the amount of days you stream. Yeah, I mean, like, Photomop's a good name for it, okay? It is shit. I hate it. Oh my god. When I opened up Photoshop 2024, 2025, or whatever it was, and there was AI integrated in Photoshop, I actually wanted to scream. I was so mad. That does not need to be a feature. Why does I need to focus on working, but like, why does Windows have AI integrated directly into it? That seems disgusting. I don't want it anywhere near my machine. I want AI as far away from my computers as physically possible. But that's just me. In terms of a schedule, it's not gonna be super regular. Right now, I do some old school RuneScape every morning, and that's the only thing that is absolutely regular. True. Windows adding any feature is a bad choice. All right, this is the one. I feel it. I mean, it's not. It's not, but this is the one. It didn't work. Cam control agent has not been assigned. Oh, Cam hasn't been assigned. Hey! Hey! Now we just need to figure out why the other thing isn't working. Wait, why are you back on Windows? What's stopping you from keeping the Switch? Like it's the test for the rabbit, right? So I'm gonna take the code that I use on the pill and then I'm gonna put that code on the rabbit. But that rabbit is also just a proxy for a rabbit that I will model and animate and everything else at some future point in time. And then there will also be different movement behaviors based on what kind of animal it is, and there will be a bunch of different animals in the game. There are certain games I play that Linux Proton and other bottles can't use. I mean, like, you can dual boot, right? Because, like, what I'm going to do, I'm going to make a video, a YouTube video about this, actually. I'm getting a 1 terabyte SSD. I'm going to throw it in one of the slots of my motherboard. Windows is going to go on that. I'm going to play League of Legends off of it, and probably nothing else unless there's another anti-cheat game, kernel level anti-cheat game that I want to play. And that's going to be it. And that's all I'll ever use it for. And then Linux is so cool. Look at this. Okay? Look at I can customize everything. Now this taskbar does look a little shitty just because like reasons it doesn't matter. But like look how pretty my file manager is. Look how pretty my text is. Look at the fact that like I can do whatever I want with it at any given point in time, right? I can have my backgrounds be whatever I want. I can have everything look whatever way I want. My degree is like technically 3D animation, but yeah, I recommend you try Linux one more time and maybe dual boot if you want to play specific games on Windows. But that's just me. Do what you want, you know. Okay, so we want to figure out how we can set a move location that snaps to the nav mesh because clearly right now that ain't happening. Ooh, okay, that's a different hotkey. What is the Control F2? Interesting. It's not even working. Or is it working and I just don't see where it's working? Oh, it is working. Okay. No, back. Thank you. Okay. Let's look it up. Finding closest point on navmesh. I have a random wanderer script. It works fine. Needs to generate a point. How can you take that point and do it on the navmesh? Navmesh, my nav hit, navmesh.sample position. Oh, okay. Navmesh.sample position. Find the nearest point based on the nav mesh within a specified range. That sounds like what we want. How many OSs do you have? Why would you? All right, I'm gonna shit on Mac for a bit as a longtime Windows user. Why would you ever want Mac? Like, come on. Mac? Really? Mac? Ugh. Doesn't it just like make you cringe when you hear it? You know what I don't like about Mac? I don't like... You wanted to triple boot. What were you triple booting? I don't like that Mac is... I mean, I guess what I really don't like is just the interface and the fact that left click is right click and stuff like that. I also don't like... I think it looks really bad. I think Mac, just all of the interfaces on Mac just look really bad. Which is my bad. You know, if you don't agree with me, that's cool. I understand. I understand that a lot of people like Mac. But I just associate Mac with bad things. I associate Mac with insularity. Okay, so all it does is project it on the vertical axis, which is basically something that I could do on my own. But if it's going to do it for me, that's cool. So we're going to have move location now equal navmesh.sample position Why isn't that autofilling this? Something is messed up here. Anything that isn't Windows is just better. I mean, Windows 11, I agree with you. Windows 10, I'm a little more iffy on. Although Windows 10, the start bar, searching the internet, actually makes me want to scream all the time. Are you talking about mine? Is that what I have? I just put that in last night. Is that a thing that I put in? Yeah, that is a thing that I put in. It is, yes, yes. My partner insisted that I get the best AMD chip there was. Okay. Navmesh.sample position. Yeah, it's not going to IntelliSense any of it. Why? Maybe if I reload it, I'll try reloading it. You know what that makes me think of? We all know what that makes me think of, right? We're all on the same wavelength here. No. Yeah. We'll do this one.
Very nice.
This is you right now. This is what I imagine you like right now. Have you guys seen this movie, or is it just me?
Let's see Paul Allen's card.
I like that I went to the perfect point in the video too. This meme has been circulating in my friend group a lot.
Look at that subtle off-white coloring.
Hey, you are so welcome, my
Tasteful
friend.
thickness
You are
of that.
so welcome.
Oh my god. It even has a watermark.
It even has a watermark.
You're sweating.
That's my computer, apparently. Okay. We're gonna focus. We can focus. I know. Yes! Hey! Wait, is it actually doing the thing I wanted to do, though? Okay, if the out, I forget how out works. Oh, okay, so we don't want this to equal anything. What does this return then? Does it just return a point? Or a hit? My mind is breaking. Does this mean it returns a Boolean? So it's gonna be the move location will go in here, and then we'll have an out hit, and then we'll have, yeah. Yo, thanks for the follow, Thanos Hand. Oh, thank you so much. I appreciate all the support. You really don't need to do that. Like, I'm not trying to be a streamer, okay? I'm like trying to be a YouTuber. You're welcome to stay. I would love if you stayed. I appreciate if you stay. But also, streaming isn't like the thing that I super want to do. I want to be a YouTuber. I want to get, yeah. I'm awkward, okay? Hi, I'm awkward. Nice to meet you. Anyway, out. What was it? Out what? Out AI.navmesh hit. Whoa, hey. Don't be doing things I don't tell you to do. It's happening again. So, either I like have everything I want or I don't have everything I want. AI.navmesh hit. Navmesh hit. Okay. So if we are max distance, so I shouldn't need anything else, right? I don't think I actually need. If we just do that, what does it say? Nav mesh hit. Maybe this needs to be lowercase. We're getting rid of whatever this Unity Tools thing is that I stupidly reinstalled. It doesn't say it's deprecated though. So if I reload this, will it do what I actually want it to do now? Can you even reload a thing? I'm trying to reload it like it's a... I don't even know what I'm trying to reload it like, what it's like. I mean, it's effectively C#, right? Because I'm developing my game in C#. Not that, like, that's actually... There's no intentional primary coding language. It's all just a function of my circumstances. And my circumstances, I'm making a pretty large game. Okay, so it wasn't the coding tools, I guess. I'm making a pretty large game where in C#, so I know a lot of C#. I don't understand why this is happening. Maybe I just want navmesh hit? Ooh, I might just want navmesh hit. Yes. Okay. Big brain. Do you code also, Thanos? I think you do, right? Were you JavaScript? Oh, my chat's broken for some reason. Never mind. So why? I wish that I could look through these more easily. Yeah, because C# is like an easier version of C++, right? We'll just say 200 for fun. And I also need an area mask, I guess. I don't even know an int. Area mask is an integer. Is that supposed to be a layer? But it's not a layer because it's an integer. Navmesh.allAreas is apparently, what is this? Area mask constant that includes navmesh, includes all. Okay, yeah, we'll just use this then. This should work. Okay. Now will this work? Dot position, I think. Yes. Yes. It should move immediately when I play it. Oh. You had no business learning C++ first? I don't know. I mean, what do you think of all those, like, super... I don't want to be mean, but, like, the people who are like, oh, well, you should absolutely start with C++ first because from there, everything is downhill. And, like, when you learn C++, that's like, you should start it because it's the hardest. What do you think of those people? I know I gave a very... what would you call it? A very good impression of them. That was very kind. It was a very kind impression. Navmesh hit dot position. This just takes a vector 3. This is a vector 3. Let's just double check that the mouse still works. Let's output debug.log navmesh hit.position. It didn't even give me a debug. Is start not running? Start isn't... Oh no, start isn't capitalized. Start isn't capitalized. I'm gonna scream. Can you tell it's been a year and a half? Control agent.transform and hides inherited member. So I don't think I need that anymore. I honestly don't like to judge people's opinions, but all I can do is say that many languages are for many different things. A person coding in C++ can do different things than a person scripting in Python or even Lua. Learning one language doesn't give power over everything. It gives concepts, and those concepts work in different ways. Yeah, I mean, like, I totally agree with that. 100%. As someone who doesn't know any low-level languages, I agree with that. Hey! We did it! We did it! Oh my god! Awesome! Okay, now we can actually code what we want to code. Yes, I agree with you. All I had to do was not be the dumbest person on this planet. Crazy, crazy how that works. Okay, so the next thing that we need to do is have some kind of update loop where it dynamically chooses its next position. This will be the actual hard thing that we want to do. But we'll be using navmesh.samplePosition and we'll be using agent.setDestination, of course. So the easiest thing to do, let's define private transform dot destination. We'll call it that for now. And then we'll also need we'll need a method for, let's return void for now because I don't actually know what this is going to need. That determines what the next position is going to be. So it's actually going to return a vector3, right? And we'll call this set target destination. And it will input nothing for now, I think. Why does this look weird? Private? Do I need to do private? Yeah, private. No. Yes. No. Yes. No. Yes. It's been a while, don't judge me. Private vector3 set target destination is unused. It's unused, so you're giving it a red squiggly? That seems excessive. So we'll need some way of determining the distance between where we're at and our current target destination. So it's going to be set new target destination. What is STL? The developers of the libraries like to piss you off? So this is going to end. I'm going to do the easy part now, okay? Here's the easy part. You set a destination. Amazing. Amazing. We probably don't even, this can be a void. And then we will need to get a sample position. And then this move location is going to be target. We're going to want target location. Target location. I don't think I need this. All I should need is the navmesh agent. The target location is going to be defined by some sort of method that we don't know yet. Private vector3, yes. Sample locations. And then this sample locations method is going to need access to the random class. I think it will need access to the random class, right? Because we're going, do I want it to be completely random though? Or do I want it to be weighted? Because if I want it to be weighted, that's going to be more involved. For now, we'll make it completely random. I think it needs what? Math? Or something like that? Get a random number, unity. Random.range. So using random. Does that work? No. Oh, is this a unity thing? Okay, so you need Unity Engine.core module, maybe? Or maybe that's already included. Random dot range. SCL is simple direct media layer. It's like an engine, but you use C++ to manually make your game. Like using Windows library to make a Windows application. SCL just has many different features and of course documentation. So it's kind of like a game engine, but maybe it doesn't have the GUI. Is that right? You wanted to be a game dev. Do you not still want to be a game dev? Now you've resigned yourself to a life of software engineering? I don't know how mean that was. I'm not trying to be mean. Has no GUI. Gotcha. It's full on hard coding a game. Yeah. Is that like if you used STL, you wouldn't be able to say that you made your own engine though, right? Because you're still accessing a library, or am I wrong? Also, that's a really hardcore way. It's a really hardcore way to make a game. I would never do that. Probably. Say 1 to 5. Oh, yeah. But like OpenGL is to access graphics, right? Okay, yeah. Okay, I understand. Sure. I mean, the people who are like, you haven't actually made a game. Notch said this. Okay, I read an article that said Notch said this. You haven't actually made a game if you use a game engine to help you. And it's like, my guy, you haven't actually made a game if you didn't mine the minerals from the earth and craft them into a computer and then code that computer from fucking binary or whatever. Yeah. It's dumb as shit. But people who do that, a lot of respect. Even if they're sometimes really silly people. So we'll say int random equals, and then we will predefine 5 points, okay? I'm not going to do this super precisely. It's just going to be an example. I probably want an array of vector 3s. I think. I don't remember how arrays work though. I'm not gonna lie. Array new array points equals new array like this. Maybe new vector 3 array, maybe? I don't know. Let's look it up. Oh, you are a game dev now. Hell yeah. Hi, Zach. What's up? How's your day going? Oh, wait. Is this going to be an issue? I hope this isn't an issue. True. How to initialize array Unity. Oh, okay. So we're gonna do a points brackets. It's gonna be vector 3, maybe. Kind of. I don't know, man. You spoke in English. Are you using a translator? Aww. Thanos. I mean, if you practice, you always get better, right? It's like anything else in life. I have no idea. Cannot convert Unity Engine.vector3 array to Unity Engine.vector3. Vector3 array here. And then this is gone. Ah, there we go. Well, welcome to the stream. We're doing some game dev. Hopefully you understand what that means. I'm making a video game right now. How's your day going? Okay, so we successfully made a... Okay, so what we actually want to do is we want 5 of these. And this is, I remind you, just a test. Oh, actually, there's a better way to do this. Is there? Am I crazy? Because I want to move the values from its initial transform. But like if you, oh, you can. But I would still have to make a new vector3, so there's no point. I was wondering if I could do it without making new ones each time, but x transform dot y and transform dot z dot position dot z. Oh, it's gonna make me take forever. Whatever. Oh, actually, maybe I'll be lazy about it. Okay. Sure. I guess have you gotten a lot of like have you consumed a lot of English media and that's why you're pretty good at understanding but you're not as good at speaking? Position. Wait. So we want float x float x equals transform dot position dot dot x y z y. And now we can just do this. So much easier. Look at that. That's beautiful. That's why we get out of bed in the morning, my friends. That's why we get out of bed in the morning. So much more satisfying. Oh yeah. I mean, I definitely get that. I started learning Japanese for multiple years, not formally, just like on my own time. And I wish I still knew it. I really do. I really wish I still knew it. Alas. So, from the player's position, what I want to do with these is I want to cast one out in each direction, right? That didn't make sense. Let me try it again. If we have the agent, I want to cast one to each X direction, and then I want to cast one to each diagonal, and then I want to cast one forward, which is going to be X and Z. What we're going to want to do is probably define public float distance, destination distance. Ooh, okay, okay. We'll create this and start. This isn't going to be our final implementation, so I don't know why I'm making it nice, but I'm making it nice anyway. Set, yeah, set destination modifiers. We'll call it that. That doesn't make a lot of sense, but we'll call it that. Aw, it doesn't let me alt-enter this. It's not going to let me just okay, it's not going to let me immediately make the method, whatever. Private, actually we'll just do void set destination modifiers. And then we will make You learned Spanish for 12 years and you don't know any of it? Are you just coming into live streams to practice your English then? That's crazy. You're not even that old though, right? You shouldn't have forgot it that quick. Where do you live though? Yeah, but like Detroit. Did you grow up in Detroit? Oh, cool, 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 cool. Well, I'm glad you're here. And did you, okay. So you lived in Detroit and you were like, I'm gonna take Spanish for 12 years and then I'm gonna forget all of it. Did someone push you into it? How did that happen? So what I actually want is I want transform dot position plus like modifier 1 or something, right? New vector 3 equals, and then we'll do like vector 3 modifier position p mod 1. And then it's going to be, what did I say? What dimensions are we going? X and Z is forward. So we'll only move in X. We'll say 5, 0, 0. Your stream is such a good change of pace, also very realistic oohs and ahs for getting ideas. This is why I love coding. At least to me, it's like another way of expressing art. People would argue that certain things you see art can be harmful, but so can code. I mean, like, what are other game dev streams like? Are they not like constantly figuring things out? Do they have like a script that they go down, or They had forced language classes in Detroit. Why did you pick French? Were you just like, did you think you'd use Spanish one day, or do you just not like the French language? Because Canadians speak French, right? And you're closer to Canada than Mexico. That's fair. That's fair. I mean, I feel like learning coding languages messes with your ability to understand English a bit. The level of autism among software developers, I feel like, is indicative of this. That's obviously a joke. Obviously, it's the other way around. PMAT 3, 4, 5, 5. Does anyone know? Hmm. Does anyone know what 5 divided by the square root of 2 is? That's okay, I'll look it up. Don't answer, don't answer. I got it. 3.53. 3.54, we'll say. Oh, I'm not doing this right. So x is going to be -5 here. 0. What did I say it was? -3.54? 3.5. This is 3.54. This is 5. This is also 3.54. This is 3.54. This is 0. And this is -3.54. Yay! Let's go. I mean, yeah. Wait, so were they like tagged with software and game development and they were playing games? I just think AI is slop. You know? It's just slop. Unfortunate, but true. I feel like having a chat to try to distract me actually really helps me focus somehow. Okay, so all of these are going to be transform.position. Should I store these in an array? I kind of want to store these in an array. Let's say pmod. Yeah, we're going to store these in an array. This is how did I do it? New vector 3 brackets. And then effectively, can I? Yes, I can. Thank fuck. God save the queen, if you know what I mean. Oh no. What did I do wrong? Did it flip? It flipped the brackets for no reason. Does this work? It does work. Okay, I'll take it. I'll take it. So all of these now, how do you, I think I can just use a for loop here. Because I make the array. Array, add to array is what I want. Or is there some weird thing with arrays where like you have to define, I'm not going to bother with it. It does not matter. It actually doesn't matter. Pmod 1. Is this needs to be initialized out here. Private vector3 array pmod. And then this is that. And then this how is that? Is that good? I feel like this should be good. And then we have random, and then we say points random is the sample position. Do I need to, I guess we'll use unity engine.random, unity engine. Yay. You watch gamers play Fortnite, Minecraft, but never thought people stream coding, so made an account. First thing I did was search coding, and the person using it came up, and I joined. You were the second person I turned into. Gotcha. Okay. Well, I mean, just go to small streamers who are gaming, right? Go to the people who don't have thousands of views, and you'll get more chill vibes usually. But the reality is that the entire system that we exist in is catered towards people who are like, who grab your attention really, really hardcore and don't let go. And like, at least for when I'm game developing, like, I don't care. If you want to watch me, that's cool. If you don't want to watch me, that's cool. The primary thing I'm doing is recording to make it into a video anyway. But also, it is nice to hang out with people, and I appreciate everyone who hangs out with me. It's super, super cool. I love you guys so much. Okay. This might actually, okay. So I've got the method defined now. This should just work. And now what we need is to put an update loop in. Thank you so much. You can't actually subscribe to me yet. I haven't set up any payments for any streaming stuff. I don't think Twitch lets you subscribe to people until you're an affiliate, and I am not at the point of being an affiliate yet. I have to, probably by the end of next month, I would imagine I'll be an affiliate, but we'll see. So you can follow me in the meantime. My channel name on Twitch is holo___x. But as soon as I'm able to, I'm going to change that to Holobotomy, because that's where I am. That's where I have my YouTube. That's where I have my kick. Holobotomy is more of like my gaming brand, but when it comes to streaming, I guess I'm leaning a little bit more gaming heavy maybe. And then like if you really want to subscribe, my YouTube channel is where you should head up. Both of them are in the About section on Twitch. Thank you. I love you. Anyway, so we need to calculate the difference between where the player's position currently is. Actually, let's just test and make sure this works. So hypothetically, we should be able to run this here. Get rid of this. And it should move the agent one time. It did not move the agent one time. All right, let's debug the transform dot position and the, I guess, random? No, nav mesh hit dot position. Am I trying to use random? I mean, I guess so, yeah. Why? Am I using it wrong? Oh, it still didn't work. Okay. What are the index outside the bounds of the array? Oh, you know what? You know what? You know who didn't go to software engineering class in college? You know who it was? It was this girl. This girl didn't go to software engineering school. So she forgot that arrays start at 0, not 1. Now it should work, I hope. Yay! Let's go! Let's go! All right, we have randomized movement now, which isn't what we want long term, but it's a step in the right direction. So the next thing we need to do is make sure that this can dynamically update in response to how close it is to the target. So every frame, we want to compare transform dot position and we want to store nav mesh hit dot position in a class variable. Destination transform vector3 destination. Nav mesh hit dot position, and then this can go in here. I should rename this. What is the, oh, control F2. Target, oh, what? What is happening here? I just looked up this hotkey. Is it because there isn't a semicolon here? Oh, hey, thank you so much, Nestle King, for the follow. I really appreciate it. Well done. Where, oh, rename symbol. Rename symbol is just F2? Is that all instances? It is all, wasn't it control F2 like 5 seconds ago? Or I must be having a stroke or something. What the heck? If transform.position, I guess it doesn't matter what the order is, minus, if the absolute value, definitely want, or, there's probably a method for this actually. Unity vector3. There's got to be like a distance between method. Yes. Big brain, big brain. And then it's going to be between transform, dot position, and target destination is less than 1. Then we will set a new target destination. Okay. Let's try this out. So it should infinitely, it might get stuck, but assuming it doesn't get stuck, it should infinitely path. Ooh, if it sets a destination that's off the nav mesh though, let's output this and make sure it's actually calculating what I want it to calculate. Okay, so it's hitting 1 and it's staying there. Why? My guess is that it can't calculate a new direction. Let's put it in a more open area and see what happens. No, it gets stuck at 1. These aren't used, are they? So if it's less than 1, if the distance is less than 1, we go to set new target destination. Is it random? Is random holding it up? Because it hits 1. It doesn't hit more than 1. It hits 1. These are constant, and they should be. This dynamically updates, and it should. Oh, wait. Should this also be 0 to 1? This should be 0 to 1. It might have just like been kind of coincidental that it did it that way and it hit 5 every time or something. Wait, did I say 0 to 1 or 0 to 4? It should be 0 to 4. Wait, what are you talking about? I'm talking about my code, friend. I don't know what you're talking about. Sure, I got that. I figured that. Yeah, I mean, I think what distro are you planning on installing? Is this going to output the same thing every time? Does points... It should make a new points array every time, right? I think I think you should download Linux. That's me, you know. I'm Which one do you think which one do I think you should output? Um so like what should be happening is it should hit 1 and then it should recalculate to a new target destination. Yeah, I think you should install Linux again. I But I mean, like it is a pain, right? But the privacy is nice. The privacy is good. The fact that you don't have AI slop hard coded into your computer is really good. The fact you don't have data stolen is really, really good. The fact that it's all open source is really, really good because everyone can develop in whatever they want. And if you have a problem, then somebody's already probably developed some kind of solution for it. But, it's a personal choice. So if I'm looking here, I'm still caught up, right? The points in this array are going to be 0 to 4. Let's output the array. I do want a way of making it so that if it hits here twice, that's fine. Points. Is it not even outputting it? Am I crazy? It's not even outputting it. It's just debugging 1. Oh, it's hitting here. Let's try this. It's outputting the type. I don't want to output the type. Yeah, I mean, I would look at what distros work better with NVIDIA. What is like the roadblock you ran into in the past? It was just the games, right? So like you should be fine. You should be fine with whatever you did before. This is reached 1 time, which means that this never gets hit. This never ever ever gets hit. It moves to the destination and then it stops and that's it. But for some reason, it stops at 1. Why does it stop? Why does it stop when there's a destination, when there's a difference of 1 to the destination? Am I crazy? I feel a little crazy here. When it sets the new target destination, it must be setting it to its current position. On Steam, I don't know what you're running it through, but if you're running it through Steam, then switch to a different Proton version until it works. That hasn't been an issue for me yet. The only games that won't run on Linux are ones with kernel level anti-cheat. Everything else will almost certainly run. Unless it's maybe really old. So it's still only hitting once, but it's stopping at 1. That's the weird part. The weird part is that it's stopping at 1, but it's not running the debug statement. How? How? How can that be possible? It's not crashing, right? So like This is a valid statement. Or is it? Yeah, it is. Let's debug this again. It doesn't reach the destination. But it does keep loading frames. How can that be? I don't understand. Because, like, that would imply that the agent's destination is changing. The only place where the agent's destination changes is right here. If it changes right here and nowhere else, then it must run through this debug log, but it's not running through this debug log. So something else is changing the destination's agents, or the agent's destination. Like, what game wasn't running? This is baffling. This is actually baffling. This code is not long enough or complex enough for me to be having these issues. Does it stop at... Oh my fucking god. Oh my god. I think I know what it is. I bet that the player's center point, the agent's position, is exactly 1 unit above the ground. I guarantee it. It's almost certainly true. Look at this, look at this, look at this, look at this. Height? Well, a height of negative 3.615 for some reason. Okay, but like, let's make this 1.1. Let's make this 1.1. Insane. Absurd. That's such a stupid. That's so that's dumb as shit. That's actually cancer. That is some cancerous material right there. I don't know why it's going in circles. I'll take it though. I'll take it. It going in circles doesn't make any sense. Three is one more whole axis than two. Like, that's messed up, you know? That's super messed up. Okay, we figured out that we have to take into account the height of the agent. That's good. I'm gonna make a note of that. I was mega triggered for a little bit there. It shouldn't be going in circles, though. That's a problem. Because, like, it should only be going that way. That way for you guys. It should only be going that way. It's like it should always be going forward along Z. Oh, is this like some kind of local position stuff or something? But I'm not using local position. I'm using world position. This feels like... Because the Z is never negative. It never has an excuse to move in the Z direction, in the negative Z direction, but it is. Which tells me that this isn't world position, but it literally says world space position. And if we're adding a vector 3, and those vector 3s are only in the positive Z direction, it should never, ever, ever be negative. Could it be something with the sample position? I mean, sample position finds it by making the arrow go down, right? But like, let's make sure. Whoa, hey. The first Linux you tried was Arch? You started with Arch? What are you thinking? What were you thinking? What was going through your head when you started with Arch? You may as well start with Gentoo at that point. Like you just hate yourself, okay? You actually hate yourself. I don't even know what to say to you. I mean, I guess you are a coder, okay? But like damn, still. every time he loads, he's got his like tiling window manager, and it always auto loads the terminal, and it's just got the Arch logo every single time. That or the Arch logo is the desktop wallpaper. I got you. See, you fell to the pressure of other Arch users. Arch is a popular distro, you're saying? Okay. Find the nearest point based on the nav mesh within a specified range. The nearest point is found by projecting the input point onto nearby nav mesh instances along the vertical axis. This vertical axis has been chosen for each instance at the time of creation. How is the vertical axis defined? Is it just y? If this step does not find a projected point within the specified distance, then sampling is extended to surrounding nav mesh positions. I mean, that's what I've heard. I guess I've never installed it, so like I don't actually know. But yeah, from what I hear, you install it if you like messing with your operating system more than you like using your computer. So it sounds like it will search down and up, which is good. Hold on. Are they defining this function? Or is this a built-in function? This is a defined function, right? Yeah. Random.inside unit sphere. Okay. This is kind of what I want. A little bit. If you squint really hard, it's what I want. This isn't really giving me... Let's run it one more time. I'm gonna see if I notice anything new. Yeah, because like it goes back around. What is that doing? It's not... Oh my god, it's rotating. It's rotating. That's why it's an issue. Okay. I mean, it makes sense that it would control its own rotation. I don't know if it makes sense that it would go in circles, though. I think I would feel like even if it did rotate, it would still mostly go more straight. Because it's very consistently going in a circle. This is like a situation where you need like those visual indicators. Does anyone remember how to show like points and lines and stuff like that in the UI or whatever? Like debugging features? Is it gizmos? Sure, we'll just draw a cube. And we'll make the point the target destination. Hmm. On draw gizmos. Okay, that's not what I wanted. Is it like intentionally? Okay, it is intentionally doing that, I guess. Why is it DAW? This is not what I want. Or maybe it is? I don't know. Let's see what happens. Yeah, I hear pop is what you kind of what you use for gaming. I mean, I'm happy with Kubuntu and I haven't had any issues gaming yet. Is pop Ubuntu? I don't even know. I mean, but like Ubuntu derives from Debian. So that's like saying you use squares for services and rectangles for users. You were 23. Why was a teenager telling you to use Debian when you were 23? Yeah, I use Kubuntu. It's Ubuntu with KDE for the desktop. Oh my god. That's such a I don't know that's such a crazy vibe. That vibe like takes me straight back to the late noughties. Oh, so you didn't even have to worry too much. I mean, I guess you did have to worry. All right. Let's look up a video for this. Oh my god, new Verf video drops. Let's go, baby. Oh my god. How to draw gizmos Unity. That's what counts, my friend. Security pays well, right?
Hello, lovelies. So today I want to show you
Aw, he called me a
gizmos.
lovely.
So I use gizmos extensively, and basically they're just little visual indications on your scene view and your game view if you want, that kind of just help you in your development cycle. And just an example of gizmos that you've seen a million times. If you create a light, you'll see this little gizmo here, which is just shown in the scene view. But if you want it to actually show in the game view as well, you can press the gizmos button here. You can also press the gizmos button here on your scene view and hide it there. Let's get stuck in. So I'm just going to open my intro script here. Now, whenever you want to play with gizmos, all you have to do is hook into the on draw gizmos.
I mean, you're just describing.
And in here, let's draw our first gizmo.
You're just describing cybersecurity, right? Wait, he put it in. Okay. So this should work. I've already done it, basically.
So gizmos, draw sphere, and it's asking for two things: where we want to put it and our radius. So let's just say we'll put it at world point.
We'll make this 2 for funsies.
.0 and radius, let's say 0.5. So we'll head back to Unity, and now you can see we've got a gizmo there at 0, 0. Beautiful.
Oh, you know what I bet? 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 Oh, I was gonna say I didn't have gizmos on, but it looks like I do. Oh, okay. Let's try it now. Hey. Oh. Guys, this is hilarious. This is what I was stumped on. I was stumped on this. This is what I was stumped on. Can you believe this? I was like, why is it going in circles? Come on. Are you kidding me? Why is it going in circles? Why is it going in circles? Why isn't it setting new destinations? Look at the screen. I'm questioning why it's not setting new destinations. It's trying to reach that cube. It just can't turn fast enough. That's all that's happening. It can't turn fast enough. It's not that it's not setting new destinations. So I don't know. Do I change angular speed? Maximum turning speed in degrees per second when following. Okay, so let's make this 360. This guy, this friend. Okay, is it I need to like turn down inertia or something. I don't know. Maybe I need a lower acceleration? I'm just going to up angular speed. I want to up this to something crazy like 2000. Yeah, it's not the speed that's the issue. It's the acceleration isn't enough. Let's make acceleration 1,000, 10,000. Okay, there is zero downtime. It immediately hits the yeah, perfect. See, it did the thing. Awesome. Setting destination to infinity is ignored. So when it reaches the edge, there needs to be some kind of condition for not being able to path. Like there has to be alternatives basically. I need to have a backup path. I'm not using my words very well. You know what I mean. So we'll say does this return a boolean or anything? It does return a bool. True. Okay. Perfect. If not, hopefully this also, then we're going to want to get a backup set of points. And these will be the same exact thing. Actually, there will only be 3 of them. I only need the exact reverse, right? I just need to make z negative. Although, I probably want to just, like, cycle through... I want to cycle through the entire normal list first. Yeah, I wanna try every one of the regular points. So the first thing that we're gonna do is for I equals 0, int I equals 0, I is less than 4, I is less than 5, and I plus plus. I mean, just start, right? Just like try a project. Like, what do you want to learn to code, but what do you want to learn to code? Because like just knowing how to code is incredibly amorphous. Also, I'm not a real coder. Okay, there are people in this chat that are real coders and like do it for a job and stuff. I just fake it. I just pretend like I know what I'm doing. True. Errors are your friends. They tell you where you're lacking. Alright, this is definitely going to bias it towards the top of the list, but I don't care about that right now. I just want it to not get stuck. But I will need to calculate a new sample position every time. And what I actually want to do is I want this nav mesh. Wait. You need to define a new one? I think you do need to define a new one, right? I feel like that's a thing that I ran into with something else earlier. We'll say points I here. Nav mesh hit 2 dot position here. Learn to farm. Yo, you gotta get on that herb grind in RuneScape. It's super important. I know there are people in my chat who don't do their farm runs, and I shake my head at them. Said the non-iron, said the main account, the standard account, the unrestricted account. Okay. So if the destination is not, oh, wait. If the destination is set, then we want to break. If the destination is not set, then we keep cycling through it. And then we make our bonus array. Or our bonus array has already been made. I don't think I need this. Yeah. But this needs to be in this if statement. And then after we try this, we're going to do the exact same thing pretty much. Which means that we could probably simplify this code, but we're not going to because it's just a test, okay? We're not hyper optimizing it. I don't care. 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 Get out of my head. So we actually do want to update this array probably. So I lied. We're undoing the thing that we just did. And then all of these, ooh, we can't. It's going to be a new array. At least I think we can. Wait, is this initialized here? It is initialized here. So we'll just call this vector3 array backup. And then it will have the backup mods. And then these will not be in it. I'm modifying a lot at once. I hope that this works out okay. All right. Hypothetically, if I did everything correctly, it shouldn't get stuck anymore. Or it's like an edge case of an edge case of an edge case if it does get stuck on terrain this simple. Okay, I did something wrong. Actually, this only ran once, which means did it just like crash after it ran once? So if this doesn't work, then we run through this. I have no reason to wear these. I don't know why I am. I assume it never makes it in here, so let's check. Here. Bro, you know, Visual Studio is smart enough that if I put a semicolon inside of the parentheses, it would automatically boot it to the outside of the parentheses. And it's really sad that Visual Studio Code doesn't do that. Okay, so it ran it 3 times. Why only 3? Is there not a way to... Ooh. I'm willing to bet. I'm willing to bet that it's just not proceeding once it's ready to proceed. Is break the right term for a loop? If I break from here, if I find a destination in the first 5, then it will check the last 3 as well, which is not what I want. So I want it to completely come outside of the if statement. And I want this to happen if all of these fail. Yeah, I can return from the method, you're right. Thank you. So it made it here, and then it got stuck, and it didn't say... So it makes it here. Presumably, the first thing that it checks works. And then it returns, but it doesn't keep running. Or, I mean, that must be the case, right? Sometimes with programs like these, I feel like if you put, even though I feel like it should work by putting the method inside of the if statement, it can be really buggy. So I wonder if I should define a bool proceed or something like this. I have no idea if this will do what I want. And then we'll just do the same thing here because we're being sloppy. Okay, so I got another 2. I don't think that's the issue then. I'm gonna make this 3 just to be certain. Points comes from here. We're starting at 0. We're incrementing to 4. It's running twice. What happens after it runs twice, right? Presumably, let's say that the third one works and it proceeds. It should return from the method. And it should just keep running this, but it doesn't. So that means either it gets stuck, I don't know. Let's try to visualize it again. I'm gonna up the quality of this camera angle and the agent position. So hypothetically, it ran through it twice. You know, what I'm realizing, let's say that it runs through this. It will hit this, it won't work. It will hit this, it won't work. It should loop back through, but it's not looping back through. That's where it gets stuck. I wonder if you can't use the same nav mesh hit for some reason. Let's debug inside here. So it should have, if I look at the scene view, the forward direction should be a viable destination to be set. 2 is associated with the forward direction. It doesn't throw up any kind of error when it hits 2, but it also doesn't move forward. So it's setting it, but it's not setting it, right? Like, it's running the command, but it's not throwing an error, but it's not doing what the command is supposed to do. Which is annoying, to say the least. So same thing. 2 should be acceptable. It's not working out, though. Is it, like, not returning and then it runs, but it's not... What is the difference between this agent set destination and this one? Because this one works. This one uses target to... Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay. This is what you get for coding messily. You just have to set it to the target destination first. And now it's pretty much guaranteed to work. I don't even have to... I'm gonna switch them because I don't want something like this happening in the future. But I shouldn't even have to switch them. Oh, look at this guy. Look at this guy. Look what this guy's up to. Holy shit. Look at this little bro. This little bro is just broing. I feel like this isn't how it should be acting though. This is a little bit off. This is not what we are looking for. It's funny. It's enjoyable. But it's not intended behavior. To say the least. Seems logical to you? Yeah. I mean, see, he's going back and forth so fast that the player would have a hard time catching him. You know? And that's what we're going for. I don't really know why it's I mean, I guess it's just the way that I'm iterating it. I'm not like randomizing it at all. If I could apply a very, very, very simple logic to probably make it never ever get stuck like this. It should be, yeah, it should be actually super, super, super easy. I'm going to use a while loop. I'm going to use a while loop, which is not a dangerous game, okay? It's a dangerous game, but we're doing it. While... I don't want to say not agent.setDestination. Actually, while true, all right? I'm using a super dangerous while loop. This is the worst of all while loops. Very, very brave, right? No. It's going on the main thread. Okay, it's going on. This is just for testing. It's fine. So I don't want to iterate through, right? I want to continue to pick them randomly, which means that this has to be inside of it. This needs to be deleted. I still don't understand why this is... Why is this an issue? Do I just have to say nav mesh hit, nav mesh hit, and then get rid of this, and we're fine? And then we can delete a bunch of code. I'm not going to delete this. I will leave... Oh my god. All we want to keep is this. Yeah, I think we're good. I think this will just work. Unreachable code detected. I don't care. Play the game. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. I forgot to include a break. I forgot to include a break. Are you guys even seeing this? Is my computer... Okay, my computer is not crashed. But I did forget to include the break. I wanted to break, okay? I wanted to break. I meant to break. The intention was was to include a break condition. I forgot to include a break condition. Houston, we have a problem. It's fine. We have some. I have something very special for this. I can't believe I did that. I was like, I'm about to do something super dangerous. And then I just didn't account for the thing that I knew that I needed to account for if I was going to do something super dangerous. Ridiculous. Wait, where's the project? Can you drag and drop into the hub editor yet, or is that not a feature? Can I just, oops. Can I just boot? True. True. All right. If 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 then break. Cool. Or even return. What? Oh, it didn't save the settings. Oh my god, it's all the way over here. Where is the ring? Where is the camera? Okay, so I upped the angular speed like crazy, and I upped the acceleration like crazy. Now it should go infinitely. It did not go infinitely. Oh no. Wait. No. No, God, please. I've done it again, please. God, no. All right. It's fine. We're fine. It's fine. We're fine. It's okay. Oh my god. Well, the project is added this time. So that's one step I don't have to do to reload it. Right. 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 Now I know what's wrong. I kind of have a solution. I just don't want to write all of the steps to actually make the solution, you know? Like that's lame. That's lame. Here. Int I equals 0. We'll call it int j, in case I have an I later. J plus plus. If j is greater than 5, then we'll do it again with the backup. And if j is greater than, while j is less than 10. 20. I mean, it's iterating now, so it should break. It should break after j equals 20. All I have to do... Can I extract this? God, I miss my hotkeys, guys. I miss my hotkeys so bad. Void set agent destination, which is basically the same name, but we don't care right now. It will be this code. It will take the parameter of a vector 3 point destination. Oh, it just looks orange because it looks orange. And then we will call it from here, agent destination. We'll put in point random. Oh, I have a new computer and I switched to Linux, which means that I can't use Visual Studio. I use Visual Studio Code now. And I don't want to spend today setting up my hotkeys. I want to spend today actually developing. My hotkeys will get set up slowly over time. Is it random point? Didn't I have point random before? Am I crazy? Points random. And then if it's greater than 5, this backup array exists. And we do the same thing, but we say like this. Ooh, we might want to return a bool. Yeah, we want to return a bool. And then we want to return this. And then we say if return. Okay. Now it shouldn't get stuck. 100% it should not get stuck. Do we have faith? Do we believe? Tell me, chat, do we believe? Do we believe that there are compilation errors? I believe there is. Oh my god, I'm gonna scream. Alright, I'm saving this time. Before I run it, and it gets stuck in an endless loop. Okay, it's like close, right? It's a little bit less messed up than it was before. It's like it's trying really hard to get out. It's just not it's not getting too far. Ooh, I know what I should do. I know what I should do. If it hits 5, that means that we have to go in the opposite direction, 100%. So I should I should prioritize the backup array. Although it should already be doing that. Okay, so it faces the wall, then it wants to go to the right, but then every time it tries to go to the right, like that's weird, right? That's a really weird thing. I should slow this down by a lot. Let's set the speed to like 100. Even 20. It goes forward, back, right? Like there's some level of randomization, and then it looks like it's going to break out, but it's got a priority. I wonder if the arrays are wrong somehow. Because like when it's going straight that way for you, it should keep going in that direction 100%. Does J ever reset? It does. If it finds a path, then it resets. And it should oh my god, it's stuck in the corner because what I wrote, this array is I'm using absolute position, not local position. If I use local position, wait, can I oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Yes. Yes, right? I want it to set it relative to the local position, but it's setting it relative to the world position. So if I want it to set relative to the local position, do I want dot local position plus? I think that is all I want. Right? I think it's just like that and like that, and it should just work. It doesn't just work. I did a Todd Howard right there. That's my bad. Classic Todd Howard. Hi, I'm Doc. How's it going? See, I mean, like, there's an inkling in the back of my mind about why this isn't working. Oh, I use KDE, right? Like, what distro did you go with? Because, like, if you're talking about a desktop, you should pick a distribution and use the desktop that's native to it, rather than like trying to shove a desktop on a distribution that isn't native to it. That it isn't native to. So what is native to Pop? I'm not sure. I would go with whatever, like I intentionally picked KDE, right? I installed Kubuntu, which is the KDE version of Ubuntu. But like, we'll go with whichever one you like more. Let me slow this down again. Like, it's going in the Z. Yeah, it's still trying to prioritize. That's in world space. I'm just adding world space to the local position, but I want to add this relative. I need the vector to go in the direction of the player, so I need to multiply it by some quaternion or something. It's been so long since I've done this. Yes, 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 that's exactly it. That's exactly it. Oh my god. It's quaternion. I don't know, I don't remember the order. Dot look rotation, right? And then it's going to be transform dot forward. Yes. Times, I think. Right? And then I need to these should be regular position. Yeah, I mean, I would just go with cosmic then. Ah, see, like it's much more spread out. It's not going completely forward in the Z now. It's like much, much, much more random, which is perfect. This is exactly what I want. I understand. I understand what I'm doing now. I am. If it just got stuck, I'm gonna scream so fucking hard. It's insane. I will actually scream my heart out. I swear to God. Why? Why? Why are you stuck? Why? Why are you stuck? Why are you stuck here? You should be able to cast a ray directly left. Why are you stuck? Are you stuck in the wall? Because it can't reach its it might just not be able to reach its... Oh, it can't reach its destination. Okay, that's fine. The ray for what? Which ray? Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Like, the way it's currently working is I define a position that is in one of 5 directions from the player, either out to the sides or straight forward or at diagonals, right? And it's got a distance of 5 away from the player. From there, I run a Unity method that finds the closest point on the nav mesh, and then I take that point, I plug it into the nav mesh destination, and then it handles the rest. That's what's currently happening. So there isn't really a ray right now. I mean, I think that the sample position uses a ray, but like that's on Unity's end. The only reason that it got stuck was because it was trying to path inside the cube. Literally, there just needs to not be a nav mesh inside the cube, and we're fine. So it's not actually an issue. What we do want to start figuring out is if it can jump up and down here. So I'm actually going to make another mesh link. How do I switch it to global? I should be able to switch it to global. Whatever. We'll go like that. We'll go like this. We'll go like this. I think that I saw this work. Probably as long as it pierces both of them, it should be okay. Now I'm going to define a new method. Wait, where is update? Update's here, okay. This is going to be the void mouse movement. And then I'm just going to copy Bracky's shit again, which I should have left copied. Then we're going to throw mouse movement in here. We're going to I'm going to make it so that I'm just going to say agent dot target. Yeah, target destination is going to be equal to the player position. This will just make it easier for me to set things up the way that I want them to be set up. And then I can just comment this out, run mouse movement, and I can test this bridge. And we play, baby. Variable, oh. Oh, it can't go over. Why can't it go over? Maybe it's something with the prey. Step height, maybe? Max slope, drop height. Drop height? Jump distance. We'll call this 50. I have no idea what's reasonable. I'm gonna scream. I understand why they do it, but damn, I hate it. Why is this public? Why would I have made this public? Who let me do that? I'm disappointed in all of you guys for letting me make that public. Actually, it doesn't even do it doesn't control anything. Legacy code gets deleted. Wow, what the heck? Is it the NavMesh link or is it Hi Sad American Boy, what's going on? How's life? How's work, I guess? Do I need to link this NavMesh link to the NavMesh, or is it already linked? Sad? That checks out. Your name makes me think of All American Rejects. And Green Day. Well, I said it first, ketamine. So get out of here. I'm kidding. Please keep hanging with me. Yes, let's go. Okay, I just needed to get the nav mesh closer. That's how. Wait, why did it go so far to the side? It's going so far to the side to drop, and then it's going so. It goes like straight up, but it. What is this? It's progress, kind of. But like, why? I felt like when he was doing it, it was intentional, though. I could be wrong. All right, so we're going to check how rigorous this is, right? I want to see if I can get the agent to jump down of his own accord. It looks like I wish there was, is there a measuring tool in Unity? All right, it looks like the difference is -4. So I'm going to increase the distance that it checks for to 5. And we'll see if it can figure out how to get down on its own. I guess I should re-enable it, though. That'd probably be smart. Yo, thanks for the follow, Sad American Boy. I appreciate it. Yeah, you can see a more edited down version on my YouTube. The holobotomy one, not the regular holo one. Come on, jump, 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 jump. Please jump, 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 jump. Wait. Is it stuck? Why are you stuck? Is it trying to path over here? Where's the circle? Show me the circle. Oh, it's all the way over here. Wait. Why did it stop setting it? Does somehow mouse movement... Oh, mouse movement does destroy it. Okay, hold on. Hold on. I know how we can fix this. Target destination equals hit dot point. Come on, go down, go down. Please go down, please go down. It might work better if I increase the destination, though. I think that I'm gonna modify these. We'll do 10 and 5 Z's. What is the square root of 10? What is 10 divided by the square root of 2, rather? 7. Okay. Oh, it was close. Oh, okay. It got down. It got down. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. The problem is, I think I'm gonna remove this actually from the scene because it didn't. Well, it did go down. I'm not surprised that it went down. What I'm actually testing for is if it will make the point this low. Does that make sense? Let's even move this one, and then let's recalculate the nav mesh. Come on, go down, go down. Please go down, please go down. Get in the hole. Get in the hole. Okay, what if we move it to like 10? Let's try 10. Or maybe 8. We'll start with 8. How about 58? Why not? Yes! Okay. We made it work. Why is it stuck? Where is it at? The gizmo is stuck in the ground? Okay. That's fine. That's not an issue. Alright, we can move these back, and then we'll rebake the nav mesh. Although I'll just delete this one. And let's define links for these that are kind of weird. I wanna see if it can figure out how to get up there when there's like only one side up. If that makes sense. That doesn't make sense, but just trust me. I'll try to make it make sense for everyone. All right, I need to figure out how to put these pivot. Oh, I found it. I don't suppose anyone knows how to make the path curve more. I don't know what that means. Area type is walkable? I guess all of these should be set to jump. Can he still traverse them if they're set to jump? Why would you define a nav mesh link that isn't walkable? Oh, this poor little duckling. Look at him. Oh my gosh, he's so sad. That's so sad. I feel terrible. I trapped him up there. Get in your cage. Get in your cage. Okay, so that basically just works. It just works. We Todd Howard it, everyone. Congratulations. We Todd Howard did it. Cool. The only issue is it getting stuck on random stuff, but it seems like that is very solvable. So the next thing that I want to do then You think so? Okay. Yeah, the next thing that I want to do with it is be able to prioritize specific directions. I have no idea how to start with that. I might just watch some videos. That might be the thing that we do. Does anyone have any ideas about this? Just anywhere to like point me in the right direction? So right now, basically, the only issues with it are things that would be fixed by refining the nav mesh. Not a big deal. Where I'm trying to go is from making the behavior random to making the behavior so that it is incentivized to go in specific directions more than others. And I can see how to do that through like weighting certain outcomes. Like I probably want it to be weighted more towards a forward direction than decide to, well, I don't even know if that's true. But basically, do we have ideas about the way that would make it most entertaining for the player, like prioritizing the prey moving in certain directions? Because I don't want the prey to just move randomly. Like the prey should. I have ideas that the prey is able to move towards like a hidey hole, right? Like there's some kind of hidey hole. Once they go in that hole, player can't access them anymore. They'll have to wait for the prey to come back out again. So like how do I have a system where it moves dynamically, but it also moves towards a specific area? Behavior state system? Like, I don't disagree. I guess the question is like, yeah, I mean, can you elaborate on that? Because I agree there needs to be a state-based system, but I would say that like the state is running away, and within that state of running away is what I have questions about what I'm programming. But if you think that like running away is a behavior system in and of itself, how is my question.
Hi, I'm Tommy Thompson, and welcome to I 101, the series that explores the artificial.
Yeah, I guess like what I'm really asking is, at any given time, there might be 3 hidey holes for the prey to run to, right? And depending on like what direction the player approaches from, the prey might move towards one hidey hole or another, right? And so if a player gets between the prey and the hidey hole, then the prey should probably prioritize a different hidey hole as well. So like there is like some, yes, like there's some complex rule set, and there should also just be some level of randomization in its behavior, but it shouldn't be completely randomly dictated.
Intelligence tools and techniques used in video game development. In the first entry of this series, I looked at the navigation mesh, a data structure commonly used in 3D games to enable.
Sure. I mean, I guess like there could be like some level of mathematical formula, right? Where like if it's close enough, here's what I do. Here's what I do. So the prey gets alerted. It has like 3 options, maybe. The first option is like dodge away from the player, where it makes a sudden turn. The second option might be run towards a hidey hole, right? And then the third option might be like prioritize a new hidey hole because the player has gotten between the prey and the hidey hole that it's running to. I think that makes sense. And then at that point, it's just like mathematically figuring out what is satisfying. What do you mean by world checks? Yes, that's exactly what I'm saying. 100%. Oh, you're saying like things that are checked first? Yeah. Yeah, we're on the exact same page. We got each other. Thanks for the help. I appreciate you, Kadamine. I did not expect somebody with your name. Maybe I should have expected somebody with your name to be helpful in programming. Cool. I'm still gonna watch this anyway because I'm mentally fried. I feel like I might be done for today pretty soon. Actually, I'm definitely gonna be done for today pretty soon. But like, maybe I'll work a little bit more. I don't know. Yeah, cause like each hidey hole would be a node in the level. There would be some level of value set towards running to each hidey hole based on the player's position and based on the wolf's position. Or sorry, based on the player's position and based on the prey's position. And then there would be some level of value placed on where the wolf is. And then those numbers would assign some level of weighting to each possibility that the prey could take. Do I want to actually think about that today? The answer is probably no. Yeah, at this point, I probably want to have a player character in the scene. So I would want to grab this, bring it into the main game. But before I do that, I should just here's what I'm going to do. Here's what I'm going to do for the rest of the day. I'm going to define 3 points. Yeah, I'm going to define 3 hidey holes on the nav mesh. And then I'm going to get the location of the hidey holes on the nav mesh, assign weights to them relative to their distance from the player, and then like there's some level of probability that will determine which one it goes to. And hypothetically, it should go to all 3 some of the time, but it should go to the ones that are closer most of the time. That's what I'll do for the rest of today if I have the time, which I should. That feels really simple, but sometimes Sometimes things that feel really simple aren't really simple. But we're gonna pray. Ooh. And I can even prioritize it based on distance long nav mesh rather than distance to the absolute position. Because I bet that that's a function. All right. What would be the best way to set this up though? That's like programmatically clean, because I don't want to just have an array of transforms on the player. There would be something like Heidi. That's not what I wanted to do. Heidi manager, right? And then on this would be, maybe I just want like a scriptable object. We'll just say on this is a script called Heidi manager. And then in this script, literally just gonna initialize, yeah, on this should be a scriptable object, but I'm too lazy to do it. We're making it a scriptable object because I hate myself. No, we're not. We're not. We're not. I don't want to remember how to do that. It's fine. We can save it for another time. This is going to be an array of transforms. Array. This should be capital T. Called hiding locations. And then hiding locations. Actually, we don't need anything else, do we? That's it. That's all we need. That's literally it. And then we throw, whoa, I didn't make it public. Okay. All right, so we have our 3 locations defined in the world. Nice. I hope it serves you well, my guy. Put this one over here. Now, there's got to be some kind of function for how far away a distance on the nav mesh is. There's got to be. There's no way there's not. I mean, unless you're paranoid or you're working in security, I don't think you need to encrypt your hard drive or your OS. Right, because it's just going to slow down your computer. And I don't think it really matters unless people are targeting you. Or you're storing like really sensitive data, which I guess is the same thing as people targeting you. Okay, they have a nav mesh path, but they don't have a distance? There's no distance for the nav mesh path? Am I crazy? Am I going insane? You guys are seeing this, right? Corners of the path, status of the path. What is cold storage? It doesn't, I cannot believe it doesn't have distance. Okay. Using navigation agent to compute path from A to B. Okay. Resulting path will be a sequence of points on nav mesh. Resulting path. Okay, so the corners are the points, I assume. And then you can, I guess, just some between the points, but like, I guess my only concern would be if there's like 5 billion corners along a path. Oh, it's actually, this is, it's summing the length of the path right here. This is the code. I think it auto-calculates it. Because like when you create a path, I don't think it's asking you, it's not asking you for a limit to the number of waypoints. But I imagine there's like some kind of internal limit. I imagine there's optimization. I'm gonna hope, especially since their example code is exactly what I'm trying to do. I'm sure it's fine. I'm sure it's fine. So we want to go back to control agent. And then let's just do this in start. We're gonna do define, I don't know, void define Heidi holes. I guess. And then we want a public Heidi manager. Why is this not showing up? It's clearly a class. I can see it on the side. Why is it acting like this isn't a class? Instead, well, we're putting it straight on. There's actually 0 point. 0 point to not. And then we're going to say for I equals 0, int I equals 0. I is less than hiding locations dot length I plus plus. We want to find the distance, so we're basically just copying this. We're going to call it find path length. We're going to do that. So we're going to have to figure out how to give it a path, which should be simple. How do you create a path, though? Navmesh.calculate path, source position, target position, area mask, which I think is like all areas or something. I'll just copy what I did before. What is the last? The resulting path. Okay, that's fine. Yeah. So is it just navmesh.calculate path? And what we're going to do is we're going to put in the player's position, so transform.position, and then the hidey holes.I. Wait, where? Hiding locations. My bad. I. And then we want, what was the area mask we used for the other function? At some point, I'll look up what this actually does. And then the final piece is just the path. So I think I can define it inside of here. It looked like I could do that. Maybe I can't. AI.navmeshPath. I don't know what is up with this. I don't understand. I just don't. Like, what actually is this? Is this supposed to be? Is this AL? There's no way it's AL. I feel like it's capital A, capital I. That would, in fact, make sense to me. Am I using? I'm using it. What if I try defining one? I'm gonna scream. I'm actually gonna scream. I don't understand. Maybe whatever tool I'm using doesn't recognize it. What if I do Unity Engine? Oh, wait. I actually don't even need it, right? I don't even need it. That's what's happening. It's just navmeshPath. Why is this unassigned local variable? I thought that this was the resulting path. It says right here, the resulting path, right here. You see this? It's a parameter, and it gives you the resulting path. Why? Is that what you want from me? No? No, you sassy bitch? What do you want from me? say if. But we still need to, actually, before we do that, I'm going to make sure that I can get it to work. Because, like, where's the example? I am an, wait, no, I'm not an idiot. And if I do AI, it says, no, that's stupid. You're stupid. Really? Like, maybe I need to, oh, hold on. I need to initialize a path. That's it. I think, I hope. Cool. Doperino. Now I can take this and I can find the path length by throwing the path in there. I guess I should put this in an array. Like I'm outputting distances. I want to compare the distances to each other and weight them according to their distance. So I think I do want to store it in an array. That makes sense. So well, instead of a public transform array, it's going to be a public float array. It's going to be hiding locations, distances. And then we're going to distances, I equals find path, length, path. And if it can't find a path, if this is not true, we return NBD. NBD, my friends. And the only thing that's going to be left for us to do now is to compare the weighting of the paths. I guess we also have to put this here, but this is no big deal. We have to compare the weighting of the paths and decide one. So we'll make a method called decide path. Will be void decide path. Ooh, you know what the issue with this is though? We actually haven't set the transform positions to the nav mesh. So we have to, instead of set agent destination, We're going to break this up into two different methods. We're going to do one that is void get. Do I want it to be void? What is it actually returning? It should return a float, yeah. Or it should return a vector3. Get void vector3. I'll get there. Get agent destination. And then it's just going to be these two. It's going to intake destination point. I'm going to call it get nav mesh destination. Sure thing. Thanks for hanging out, Ketamine. I won't be here much longer. I'm very, very close to having a solution to what I want to have a solution for tonight. Lovely having you in the screen. It was lovely having you in the stream. Hope you have a great day. Hope to see you again at CG or Game Dev in the future. I'll be streaming most of the day tomorrow. So, bye. Good luck with whatever you're doing. So here we're going to get agent destination. I'm PST. So we want to return from here. We want to return nav mesh hit that position. We probably want this to be here. Then we'll say return nav mesh hit dot position. And then this will also take another vector3. Vector3 nav mesh dest. Let's throw this in here. What is happening? One too many parentheses? Get agent destination doesn't exist. Oh, get nav mesh. Here we go. What's your issue? Oh, it's never used. This needs to be like this. This is going to be random, and this is going to be points. We can just not redefine this. Okay, I think everything should work now. I think. I hate when I make like 50 changes before I actually test anything. completely within my control, but I do it anyway. So I want to decide based on weight. I want to weight it. I don't know how to randomly generate an outcome based on percentages. There's got to be a good way to do it, right? But I feel like I haven't experienced this. Basically, you start high, 100% with a number, then every loop gets a new number between 0 and the old number. To get percentage, you compare the new number with the starting number. I don't think this is what I want. Oh my god. But I don't want to calculate outcome. See, this is what my mind goes to. Just fill a list up, have a list of 100 things, um, weight them according to like the closest percentage, but like that's so lame. I don't suppose anyone has a solution. Just to like summarize my problem, if I have 3 outcomes and they all have unique percentages that add up to 100%, how do I randomly select from them? So like one is weighted 20%, one is weighted 70%, and the other one is weighted 10%, for example. But they have to like be able to be dynamically changed. Am I crazy or does this not make sense? Oh, I didn't see that function. So this creates a random selection. The random selection what is the probability? Okay. So there's a 0.5 chance that it selects between 0 and 5. There's a 0.3 chance that it selects between 6 and 8, and there's a 0.2 chance that it selects between 9 and 10. Right? Am I crazy? I feel like that's what it should be doing. How does it actually make the probability work, though? I would love if I could just copy and paste code that I understood. Okay, ooh, okay. This is actually a solution, right? Because if you add up all of the distances, you divide each of the distances individually based on their combined distance, and then you have a float that's generated that's number between 0 and 1, and then you just check what the float is. That's amazing. That's so genius. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Okay, cool. Obviously. I can't believe anyone wouldn't immediately understand that that's possible. Okay, that's like obvious basic elementary math. Okay, pathetic. Anyone who wouldn't immediately understand that. Definitely not me. So we want to sum the array. Kind of. Let's say float total length. And then for your usual bullshit, okay, so this gives us the total length. How do I I know how to do this. This needs to return an int. Actually, this isn't void, this is int. Then we're going to basically repeat this for loop. Except it's going to be hiding, it doesn't matter, but we're making it hiding locations instead. We need to get a random first, right? So how did I do that before? And then all that we should have left to do is for each thing, each loop, we want to say hiding locations distances I divided by total length if, my children, this is less than, no, if random is less than this, then, my children, we want to return, we're going to return -1 down here. And here we're going to return I. And we don't even need these braces. Hypothetically, this should just work. If this works, if I've added like 60, 70 lines of code, I don't know how much I've actually added. If I've added, yeah, we'll say 50 lines of code, and it just works, I'm going to be so unbelievably happy. You have no idea. You have no conception. It did nothing. Wait. Index was out of the bounds of the array. It flagged on this line. What if we make this int j? It shouldn't matter though, right? Let's just do it anyway. Why would it be out of bounds? Oh, okay. Well, that's an issue. I just need to comment out this. Okay, now there's no errors. It's not doing anything. Oh, you know what? That's funny. That's funny. Okay, I didn't even set the path. I did everything besides like the final step, the thing that actually matters, where I tell it to go somewhere. Which is like fair. That's like a fair issue. Okay, that's a fair issue. This just takes in a vector 3. This vector 3 should be hiding. Ooh, it's not though. That's the problem. Where did I define? So I calculated a path. I found the length of the path and I put it in here. But I actually still need to get the nav mesh destination. I do need this function. And what it's going to intake is the hiding locations dot position. Whoop. Dot transform. No? Dot what? What is this? What is this an array of? Transforms. Dot position. Why are you not working? You're a transform. Oh, wait. Hiding location. This is returning an int, so this needs to take in an int. Int hiding location. And then this returns an int, so we have to say int value, int hiding location equals then finally, this is probably going to return something, right? Yeah, this returns a vector 3. So we'll say vector 3 destination. Oh my god, we're so close. Now, my loves, my children. Oh my god. Index was outside the bounds of the array. Did it not save properly? There isn't even an... Or is there? There is. This is an integer. This... Oh, did it return -1? Yeah, that's because I'm stupid. Does this return floats? This returns an int. So what I need to do is figure out what random returns floats. So here it says it returns, oh, this says it returns a float. Okay, so it's this, I just need to set this to float. Now we should be good. For real, for real. Alas, there's still issues. Aw, damn, dude. Wait, what is the hardware error? Is it just saying hardware error, no specificity? You could try whatever you used before. Wait, hold on. You backed up your drive before you tried to install a new OS, right? You backed up your drive, right? Right? Tell me you backed up your drive, my guy. It's okay. You'll recover it. I know you'll recover it. I know you'll recover it. I know you'll figure it out. I believe in you. So, like, it says it can't. Why would it need to create a recovery partition if it's installing a new OS? And like when you install a new OS, it usually wipes your drive anyway, right? How many different drives do you have? My brother in Christ, I shouldn't even be getting to this place. Wait. If I get here, I should have debugs. That doesn't make any sense. This code runs, and then this code runs, and then this code runs. Obviously. So if it's telling me... Oh my god. This is not possible. I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick. Yeah, this still doesn't make any sense to me. Because, like, if this line has the array being out of bounds, and you have to run this line to get there, how is there not a debug? My guess is if I debugged hiding location, it's just going to be -1. Yeah, it is -1. Which means that somehow it ran this, it must have ran this. Wait a second. Debug.log hiding location distances.length. Okay, so the length of this is 0, which means, oh my god. Obviously there's a return statement. Why is there a return statement there? I would only want it to return if there wasn't a path. Although if there isn't a path, then I also want to remove that position of the array from the other. Let's say if not return, and then I'll comment it saying need to remove from hiding location array when not true. Okay, it's still okay, it's initialized up here. Like I'm trying to fill a thing that's empty. That's the issue. So maybe what I want is hiding location distances equals, this should not be public. New array, new float array of the length of hiding locations dot length. And that should work. Okay, did I fail to comment something out? What's happening here? I think it reached its destination. What is this? I think it reached its destination and then it just started going off like normal. Which I thought I commented that out. Yeah, it is commented out. How is that possible? If it's not an update, there's no way it should be running. So this was out of bounds again. Which tells me there is one point at which it's out of bounds. At least. Oh, you know what I'm not doing? I'm not adding h time. That's the issue. So here, we'll make a new variable like float length traveled, okay? And this is going to be equal to hiding location distances 0 How do I want to do this? I guess after it's checked for it, what I want to do is say length traveled plus equals hiding location distances I plus 1, or j plus 1. Okay, it's still going around in circles like mad. Is it trying to reach the destination? Is the destination changing? Let's, because if the destination isn't changing, it just can't reach its destination. And that's MBD. Let's say, debug.log destination set. There isn't even anything on this line. Oh wait, there is. Okay, so this is irritating. Initially it's equal to, oh, length traveled. Okay, let's go. Let's go. All right. Hopefully that's just because it's the closest, it's doing that more often. I mean, it is 106 to 183 to 258. So this isn't insane, but this is, okay, so it's trying to get somewhere probably and it's not able to, would be my guess. Cool. So the one that it can't get to, I assume, is on the platform. Yeah, it's stuck on one of them. Probably, what are the 3 hidey holes? There's one there, and one here. And I guess I can't get to this one because it got to the other one okay. Which is interesting because it's not like particularly hard to get to. Okay, since it's an issue with the path to that one in particular, I'm gonna say this code is good enough. It's doing what I want it to do effectively. I am tired. I am tired. Streaming is hard, guys. My life is hard. So hard. Alright, I am going to get some food. But, Thanos, how's Pop? Or whatever OS you're installing. I forget, actually. Yeah, you're installing Pop. You're getting to it? Is it going better? I hope? Do you want me to stay with you until it's better? I feel bad given that I recommended you try it. Okay. We'll see you tomorrow then, hopefully. Never starve. Okay. Well, we achieved everything we wanted to today, pretty much. Honestly, I got further than I thought I would today, so I'm very happy with how everything's gone. I appreciate each and every one of you who's watched me so freaking much. Thank you so much. You guys have a wonderful day. Thanos, good luck with Pop. I believe in you. All right, everyone. Bye.